Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the news. Why, I'm Lydiah. Muga, former Deputy President Rigathi Gashagua, has reiterated his stance that he'll not be threatened by goons who keep on disrupting his meetings. Speaking shortly after chaos broke out yesterday at the PCEA Mwiki Church in Kasarani area, Gashagua said he'll continue to seek allies to cooperate with the aim of removing Ruto's administration from power. Gashagua has also implicated President William Ruto in the unrest, saying he used Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja to pay goons to harass him. Among the leaders who are with Gashagua are Naivasha MP Jane Kihara Kamende, Mwafrika of Roysambo, Amos Muga of Starehe, James Gakuya of Embakasi North, and Muranga Senator Joe Nyutu.
Tuambia yeye na Muga kijua damu yeye hataki, na hiyo ndio uongozi yenye tunataka hii Kenya, lakini wasifikirie sisi ni waoga.
Ikiwa ulihusika wewe na gavana Sakaja, nataka nitangaze katika jina la Yesu, uongozi wenu Mungu amesema mene tekeli.
Even now tukiwa provoked, I want to ask our people to be peaceful. Hii maneno tutasota out kwa debe. That is the right way ya kusota out hii maneno tuko nayo na huyu rais.
And President William Ruto's allies have accused Rigathi Gachagua of promoting discriminatory politics to undermine his administration. Speaking in Uasin Gishu County, Senate Majority Leader Aaron Cheriot said that Gachagua had even dismissed the notion that people who attended the president meetings on Mount Kenya were paid to appear. A similar statement was made by Uasin Gishu Governor Jonathan B.
Unajua yule muongo mkabila ambaye tulifukuza kazi alikuwa ameuzia watu uongo mingi sana. Rais akikuja huko atapigwa, hawezi kukaribishwa, ataulizwa maswali. Ninyi mliona TV, rais alikaribishwa au kukaribishwa? Si tunasema asante kwa ndugu zetu wa Mount Kenya.
Niliposikia president anaenda Mount Kenya, na nilikuwa najua sasa watu wanasema huko mlima hauwezi kuza, nikaona vile watu walijitokeza kwa wingi. Central yote wanapenda president. Sasa wale vijana watu wengine wenye wako na roho mbaya, ati hao watu walinunulia, unanunuaje watu milioni 5? It is not possible.
Now, 5 chiefs that were abducted in Mandera in February by Al-Shabaab insurgents and held captive in Somalia have been set free. This event comes as celebrations are expected later in the day in Mandera County as the chiefs reveal what they encountered when they were being held captive. And 5 people have died and 5 others have been injured after a 2-story building collapsed in Itierio, Suneka, Kisii County. The building, which was under construction, collapsed on other rooms nearby, causing the disaster. Confirming the incident, the Kitutu Central Sub-County Police Commander Kazungu Charo said 8 people were in the building and it is yet to be ascertained what caused the collapse. He has called on residents to be patient as investigations are launched.
Today at 10 a.m. a 2-story building just behind me at Ingoyo village went down. At the time of going down, the building was still under construction and some building materials had just been brought. Inside were 8 people. 5 have been rescued. They are alive. They have been taken to different hospitals within Kisii town. We are struggling round the clock to make sure that we rescue the remaining 3.
The victims have been taken to the Kisii Referral Hospital where they are receiving treatment. Grief engulfed Kagoga village in Homa Bay County after a police officer killed his 3 children before committing suicide over a dispute with his wife. David Okebe committed suicide in his house at Kagoga village in Rachuonyo West Sub-County yesterday. He was attached to Marsabit police station. Okebe killed his 6-year-old son, his 5-year-old daughter and his in-law's 5-year-old son. It's suspected that Okebe poisoned his children before he hanged himself in the house. That's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and taking a look at what's happening with traffic on the roads this morning. The mist is heavy in many parts of the city, and that means that even in and outbound from many parts, it's going to slow down because of this. All right, taking a look at what's happening on the roads. Not much popping, at least not for now. We see a little bit of traffic starting to build coming off of Thika Superhighway, and you'll get to right around the Pangani underpass before you see any of that. Anywhere else, we're not seeing anything much just for now. We are seeing a little bit of traffic though coming off of Uhuru Highway from Westlands. We're going to keep an eye on all of this and see how Monday pans out. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Whether it's groceries, fuel or luxury shopping, make every swipe count. The I&M Bank Milele Points gives you real rewards for your spending. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Very good morning to you. It's a chilly Monday morning. I say chilly, others would say stabbingly cold. But it all really depends, of course, on where you are. CT, good morning.
Good morning.
Where uko aje?
Niko salama kabisa. And how are you?
I'm all right.
I am good. You have greeted
wait. Okay.
You have already greeted you. So say thank you.
Thanks, please.
Okay, Dennis, how are you this morning?
I'm very good, City. How are you?
Jokers.
Muko salam.
Kabisa.
Good to you guys.
So go back to you again, dude.
Yes. How are you?
How are
things?
Oh, you know how it is, old chap.
I'm very fine, thank you, silver folk.
Spiffing. Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
You had a quiet weekend?
In the pink, yes.
Oh, in the pink.
Hey.
Good Lord. It's good.
Wow.
Well, it's interesting the things that can calm you, isn't it?
Mm.
So you know how I told you guys I watched these videos of this gentleman who uses 3 colors to color a stencil. So then I found another video. It's crazy. I found another video this weekend of a woman who. No, and then I also told you about the one who draws anything in 1 minute, right? I told you about that one.
You did.
Right.
You did.
I found another video of I believe it's a woman who peels garlic with a tool. It is so satisfying to watch. Like, she's got this tool and she nips the tip off the garlic bulb.
The bulb, yes.
And then she takes the little pieces out, the cloves, and then she removes the skin and then she puts them into this container. It is. You should watch it. It sounds really dumb as I'm saying it, but she just does a bulb after bulb after bulb, and you can actually watch it for hours.
Meaning she puts several of these vegetables into
garlic.
Yeah. It's a vegetable.
It is. Into a what?
What else?
It's a vegetable. You are absolutely right.
Yeah. Yes, if I'd called it a fruit, then
we would have had a problem.
Yes. So she takes several of these vegetables, puts them in this particular machine.
No.
Is it a tool that looks like a pin?
No, it's like tweezers, kind of like, but fat tweezers.
So
she's the one peeling.
Okay.
So she peels, and she never makes a mistake. It doesn't get stuck.
So it's labor intensive.
She makes it look so easy though. She just nips the head off, and then she separates the cloves, and then she peels them, and then she tosses them, and it's just peeling garlic. It's nothing special. It's nothing different, but it is very satisfying to watch. Seriously, it's crazy. And I don't know. I think I did a good 45 minutes of just that. And then I, took a break and came back and did it again. I was like, so calming, by the way.
It is
so calming to watch.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
City, what would you watch that would be calming to you?
Calming?
Yeah, that will just make your nerves chill.
Cooking.
You would cook?
Nice.
Or you would watch cooking?
Watch.
Okay.
Mine is cleaning.
You would watch cleaning videos?
Cleaning videos.
Oh, okay.
Especially those where there's a burn find, someone goes into someone's garage, finds an old car, and works magic on it and comes back to
yes, that does a thing.
Yeah.
Yes, that does a thing. It comes.
And you can watch all the cleaning.
It comes second to cooking.
Yeah.
But cooking, I can actually watch and watch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not crazy.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. No.
At least not for now.
Yeah. Now we need to look for something else to peel, shouldn't we?
The mask, perhaps.
Well done.
If someone came up with something to sort of like, not just, I was about to say dismember, but that would bring some negative connotations. How you could sort of like take advantage of this fruit called a pomegranate.
Yeah.
There's actually a way.
There's actually a pomegranate tool. Yeah.
There is.
There's a tool specifically for, opening up a pomegranate. Yeah.
It's just like a slicer. Pretty much you just put it and crush it, then it voila.
The seeds. It voilas the seeds.
It voilas the seeds.
It does.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I know. Are you feeling the cold this morning?
It's cold, man.
It's quite a thing, isn't it?
Where?
Yeah, it is. So CT is feeling that backbreaking cold. It is cold out this morning, but getting into April proper, it looks like the cold season is going to start a little bit early, according to what Kenya Met tells us. But hey, looking through it and getting into a number of conversations that we have this morning, welcome to the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. We see you guys already clicking into the room this morning, and we'll say hello to you in just a bit after I tell you what we'll be talking about. The senator for Busia County, he says not from, for Busia County, is Okoh Omtata. He will join us at 7 o'clock and he will be with us this morning for 2 hours. Why, you ask? Well, because there's certain things that he is going to reveal to us. He's been talking for a while about the billions of shillings that have gone towards the Eurobond and that is owed by Kenya in Eurobonds. There is one that's due in 2027. There's another one due the year after. And there's another one due in 2023. I mean, these numbers are astounding and staggering. But he's saying, let's unravel them because there's a mystery surrounding this thing and I want to give you some numbers. So he will join us this morning at 7 o'clock. And then at 9 o'clock today, we're going to be looking into something which has really, really scratched at my heart. That human beings from here are being made to believe that they will leave these shores and go to get a job, and they will seek greener pastures and they will get an opportunity to do something. It's not always the case. Maureen Kamau, she was, so many things at the same time. She was moved. She was human trafficked. She was then job scammed. Her harrowing ordeal is what we will talk about at 9 o'clock. You may have heard some of her stories. She'll be with us here at 9. It really does get stinkingly bad, and we'll look into that. Why we have these conversations is for us all to be aware of the things that happen and then talk about them, and in some way or another to then prevent anybody else from going into such situations. That's why we talk. That's why it's important. And those are the things that we'll be talking about this morning. So welcome to Monday. It's the 7th of April, and Ndu City and Dennis here with you on Kenya's biggest conversation in the Situation Room this morning. All right. I'd like to say hello to all of you. And as you've joined us this morning, our live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook, and on X, and soon to be joined with audiences on KTN. All right. But we're saying hello to you this morning. Shall we do it? Let's go. Joe Mungai is tuned in this morning and he says, how much did the recent tour of Mount Kenya cost the exchequer? Oh, we've heard some numbers, 600 million, not much. Are such meetings necessary? Well,
the president has to be seen.
Yeah.
Lazima mnione mtajuaje?
How
do I remain being relevant?
If you don't see me in different parts of the country.
Why should I pack these vehicles in State House?
Yeah, work to be done, leave that alone. What to me, Nikazi?
See, because if he does, he travels. Why is he traveling? He doesn't travel. Why does he not traveling?
So you can't win or lose it in this. But anyway, hey, Donta boy, we see you. You've given us a very hard word which I cannot pronounce. Diperekeni essentially means what? Surrender. Okay. Robert Tobogo greets us from Ombaso this morning. Chris Morris says good morning. Linus Gitonga, good morning as well. And Awilo Garang says good morning. You're live from Masaku. Good morning to you. George Adimo says good morning, Spice. Listening from Rongo. Good morning to you. Habari yenu? Good morning, R. Mzuri sana. That's how we answer, isn't it?
Mzuri sana.
Alex Kiprop says good morning from Ngong Town. President Ruto. Where? Okay, we see what you said about President Ruto. Good morning, Spicer, says Isaac Cherutich. Good morning to you. Leo says, good morning, Princess Ndu. Good morning. CT and Aseto. Want to dissuade those that say I'm a fan of the show. I log in to check development of the show. There's nothing like being a fan happening. Fan, meaning that you don't fan. Or what are you saying? Okay, well, good morning, Leo.
Fund the machine?
I don't even know. I'm not sure. But Leo, we see you every morning and it's always good to have you here. So George Gashagua says good morning. Happy Monday and looking forward to a great show. Stanley Ngasha is tuned in. Great wise men and women from Juja Farms, aka Mount Kilimambogo, following keenly on the happenings in Mandera. I know. Robinson Kisero is in Hong Kong and says, how low have we stooped as a nation? The hooliganism from the state will turn Kenya into an anarchy. Wow. I know. It was tough to see yesterday what happened in church. Really tough to see and hard to swallow at the same time. Bernardito says good morning from Doha. Princess, and good morning. Dennis and CT. These politicians' accusations should now come with evidence. Kwa Kalatas. Well, like what Okoh Omtata? Well, let's see what he'll say this morning. Monica Oile says good morning. Ottawa, Canada is cold. I imagine what Ottawa is like right now. No snow, but we are still shivering. I know, still getting out of winter, isn't it? Erica War says good morning, guys. And Gore Chamke, my beautiful people. Greetings from the beautiful city of Nairobi. It's very chilly this morning. Yes, it is. Good morning, Anne. Gypsy Corner is also tuned in. And Desmond Otis says accidents on the roads. My goodness, in the last 1 week, I think we're clocking on 50. Yeah. We're clocking on 50 people who've died in road accidents in the last 7 days. It's crazy. And of course, they're talking about the return of alcohol
and 50 numbers that have been reported. So
absolutely, that's what's been reported. Dr. Van Vick is tuning from Tude, Mombasa. Jose Mahinda says good morning to you. Spice says good morning. Ndu, you made Chloe's birthday. Really? None of her friends haven't been told about Spice FM. Well, that is great. From the 11th and then the 12th, they've all watched. Thanks, Ndu. Thank you, Agri, for tuning in every morning. And again, may Chloe's path always be lit with pleasantries. Chamge says, Ken Korir, we're all witnesses to the destruction of 254, or continue with lamentations. Is it? Rahim Tula Omar says, good morning from Colchester. Gypsy Corner, we see you. Hisa Daniel says, good morning, Spice. What happened to Kenya Kwanzaa government? What happened to them? Are they not there? Did they go somewhere?
It's still there.
It's there, Abby.
It's fragmented, but...
Did they go somewhere?
There.
No, when someone says what happened, maybe there's a specific event that brought about that question. I do not understand what it is that is being referred to.
I don't know. He's even asked you specifically, because everywhere they go, Nikupikiwa makelele. Kupigiwa, I think is what he's trying to say. Makelele. City West is a problem.
It's not a problem. It's feedback. Yes, when people communicate, sometimes loudly, sometimes not so loudly, sometimes not loudly at all.
They're communicating. Absolutely.
So look at it. Take that perspective.
Yes. Good morning, CT Ndu. Dennis tuned in from Boston. Church is a no-go zone for goons in business. I agree. It's a no-go zone. We should stop this nonsense. Really, I have to register that this morning and say, come on, you can do better. We can actually do better.
But we should ask the question. Why are goons available? What is it that brings about a situation where it is possible for individuals within a country
to hire goons?
No, for goons to be goons.
Yeah. But you can even have goons for hire in the first place.
Yes, exactly.
Why?
Why do we have a situation where being a goon is a career path?
Aish, apana. We're going to have that conversation in a bit. But no. Mama J, good morning. Says, loving the radiant smiles this morning. Your radiant smiles, Dennis and CT, continue radianting them. Good morning to CT, Dennis tuning from. We're seeing this as well. Tamu, blessed week ahead. Continue doing the good job you're doing. Thank you so much, Rose Grace. Gypsy says, hi CT, it looks like you had a great weekend. Is he right?
I did. When my weekends are quiet and when I do next to nothing, it's a wonderful
weekend.
Yes.
Washoga Toto says, good morning. Your bubbly selves have made the morning more beautiful. Oh, well, that's great. It'll be a happy day and week ahead. I wish the same for you and your fellow listeners. Thank you, Washo. Also to you, sister. Kemto says, Chamge Spice family, have a lovely week ahead. Soldier Boy says, so has Ruto hired... Where? So Ruto has hired Raila goons to attack churches. We don't know. Hey, whoa.
Wait a moment. So
they're Raila goons.
Wait. Watch it to song Mbele.
Wow. There's a patent on goons, is it?
There can be CT. You know, like you can have different crisps. Tomato, like
flavored. So
goons have to be a certain way that they can be Raila goons.
Yeah. So let's frame it like this. So Ndu, Aseto is wearing City's shirts.
Are your goons available this weekend?
This weekend, yeah. City, are your shirts available this weekend?
Are my jackets available this weekend? Surely. It's not. If the only way it would be are my jackets if I was the only one who had those jackets and I'm the only person for whom they were made.
That's different.
Yes. So if it is Raila goons, as opposed to who else is goons?
Who else is goons?
Yes.
So, Ndu chilling with onion peeling, not onions, garlic. There's a big difference. Christina says, good morning. Nobody's talking about the kids who are in church. Can't imagine the trauma they'll go through. I know. Surely in church.
Not at.
In church. I condemn it. I mean, goodness gracious. Pokea salamu za asubuhi humo kwa studio. Thank you so much, Mtuflani. Good morning to you. Willie Kitala says, good morning. When you wake up each morning, check the horror happening in Gaza. We pray for peace. Hey, everywhere you look, man. Redefender says, good morning. They said Gashagua is a tribalist and not a good leader. But last week, the two of the president in Mount Kenya, Gashagua told them to be given money. Okay, I see what you're saying.
No, that's not what Gashagua said.
I don't think he said that.
No, he
at all. He didn't say that.
No, he didn't.
King Dave Lobali says, good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning, my good people. CT, Princess Ndu, good morning. Dennis and Ednah. The church is now battling a physical Satan that appeared to go where Gashagua was. Nyinyi leo mliamgaje? Carol Nyambura tunakupenda pia, my sister. Good morning to you. Elvis Kirando says, good morning. I like the guest list. We need a better Kenya. Indeed, we do. Mfangano Island is where Alois is listening from. Jeffrey is also tuned in this morning. And it's good that you're here. Asante Sana. Lamek Otieno says, listening every day, got numb from government policies. Asante Sana. Leo, we see you. Otkin is also tuned in. Birhane Gebru Girmai says, good morning, good people. Karibu Sana to another week. My princess, CS Mbadi says, we're in a very bad situation. It's true. Then why launch more projects? I also have asked the same question. Abraham Kimeli says, good morning. Politics settled by goons is not safe at all. Good morning, gang. Salutations from Thika. You've made my day for hosting Umtata for 2 hours. Thanks, gang. Keep on spicing. This is Njuki Mungai. And also, we see you. And also, thank you for being here every morning. Let's get into it, guys. We're going to have a packed morning. So, having those conversations, very important. We're in a different country this morning.
Yes. We, for the next couple of weeks, beginning last week, we are in the SADC region.
Okay, yes.
Okay. We were in the Comoros. Now we are in the Republic of Zimbabwe.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Zim. Now, this country has such... You know the thing about African countries? You know, you come across one and it has a rich history. You look at the next one, it also has a rich history. You look at another one, and the thing about these countries is there's something not only peculiar, but specifically wonderful about them.
Yeah.
Zimbabwe is a treasure trove. There are very few countries on the planet that have the sort of collation and collection of minerals and natural resources like Zimbabwe. Very few.
Yeah.
If you're looking at just what it has.
In terms of variety.
Oh, and just the wealth that the country has. And yet, it reflects and it depicts the history of our continent.
Yeah.
Yes.
How it is with all the advantages we kick off and we start off with, even with independence, how we simply muck things up. We'll be looking into the details of that. Flourishing kingdoms, a wealthy country, suddenly brought to a point where inflation hits a mark that, in terms of ordinary mathematics, is beyond imagination.
Yeah.
Zillion.
If you want to become a billionaire, just land in Zim.
You can have one banknote and you qualify.
Yeah.
Anyway, that is, we'll be looking at the details and the story of Zimbabwe as we go along with every day. Tomorrow we'll talk about the presidency.
Yeah. Okay.
And we'll look at, on Wednesday we'll look at the history and how they got into power. And that is independence. There are two independences. There was a UDI that was declared by somebody called Ian Smith, told the British, you guys, as we're independent,
you get out.
Then there's a second one where now the majority, where the blacks decided even them, they want their independence. The proverb. Until the lion tells his side of the story will always glorify the hunter. Yes, I've said this before. I actually like this proverb.
Yeah, it is true.
Wow.
There's two sides to every story.
Even when, with regards to the goons.
Absolutely.
There are two sides to the story.
No matter how thin you slice it.
No matter
story always has two sides.
Even if the other side doesn't appeal to you and you feel, no, it can't be. Actually, every story has two sides.
True.
Some even have three.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you're here saying this person is so wonderful, this thing is so glorious. Guess what? There's somebody who may have a totally different. Or you might say this person is so horrible. You might say this person is so horrible, they're the spawn of Satan. But to somebody else's reality, this person is the angel.
Yes.
The sweetest there is.
Absolutely. Always has two sides. And you must take all of those into consideration. Methinks.
Yes. You thinks correctly.
All right. Good one for this morning, and I think a great one to start the week off, actually. And it'll be great to see what folks have to say about that. Let's look into the headlines today, shall we? We'll look into the headlines quickly and then take a look at weather and traffic. On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, budget betrayal. Where? The government is preparing to storm back, blood-stained briefcase in hand, to wring the last drops from a crumbling economy. Budget making has morphed into a duty to serve citizens into a desperate bid for the state's survival. For millions of the poor who barely hanging on, it's yet another demand to tighten already frayed belts. Last year's finance bill protests cost dozens of young lives, yet the regime, deaf and unshaken, presses on, hell-bent on taxing even the air that Kenyans breathe. Why do you say this? Well, because this year's budget estimate is 3.385 trillion shillings. Actually, that's not it. That number that I'm looking at is the total revenue for 2025-2026 financial year, up from the 3.06 billion projected for the current financial year. Okay, we'll look into the details of this story. It's a big one. We're coming into about 2 months left in this current financial year, coming into the new year, and what CS Mbadi says, we are in hard times, and to then get a budget that's higher than this is going to be quite something. All right, I will not be intimidated, says Gashagua. He spoke yesterday, and sadly, what we saw in church was ridiculous. We even had many other politicians who would have been seen to be against Gashagua coming up and saying, actually, you know what, guys, there's politics and then there's this nonsense. We can't have this continue. We'll look into the details of that story. But you go into sacred places and do the kind of nonsense that we saw yesterday, you're pushing the envelope. And it really is too much. And it's getting to the point where if it doesn't anger you, then I think we've gotten numb to the point whereby goons and this kind of destruction can go into sacred places and we say it's okay, and you hurt other people. It's not okay for whatever reason. I don't care what side of the political divide they're on. It is wrong. It is wrong. It's wrong in the morning. It's wrong at night. It's wrong on a Sunday. It's wrong on a Friday. It's wrong. Looking at other headlines, citizens rise up against Trump. Folks are saying, what's going on? We saw the tariff increase, and then not long after that, China woke up and said, excuse me, we're playing in these waters as well. So guess what? You're going to put one on? How about 34%? Boom. And any goods coming out of the United States will be hit with the 34% tariff. So you want to play? Tunaweza play.
Do you know that marks the beginning of the end of all these delightfully cheap goods?
Yes.
Quality, though, that came from China.
Yes.
That one,
out.
Finito.
That's what it looks like. So close yet so far for the Brave Sevens team. The boys actually did play some good rugby over the weekend.
They did,
yes, they did. Solid rugby.
Stuff.
They did.
Okay, what did they do exactly?
Well, they lost in the final. But I mean,
they got to the final.
Yes, they did.
We got to the final.
Yes.
Hey.
And played some really, really good rugby, actually.
Who are we playing against?
A number of teams.
Finals.
But the final was with Fiji. Yeah. So the final score was 21-12. But the boys held on for some time. They did.
I've watched some clips of the game. There is some serious rugby that this Kenyan team is playing.
It just needs...
they'll gel.
Yeah.
They'll gel. When you look at the Fijians, you can see they gel.
Yes. Yeah.
We will gel. And when we gel, we will rock that particular game completely.
Kenya's got a good team right now.
Oh, it's a fantastic
team. So it just
team.
needs to, come together, just like you're saying, a little bit more.
Yeah, I think we just also need to get rid of the necessary politics within the union, because we see exactly what is happening right now with the director being kicked out and whatnot. So, kidogo, they need to just style up.
The politics has come in, has it?
Yes.
Yeah. Wonderful. Yes.
Daily Nation. State jobs for those with godfathers. Now, betrayal. An MP has unwittingly blown the whistle on an issue that has been a public secret for several years, and through successive administrations, political and personal interests are passing institutions powers in hiring teachers, police officers, and military personnel, among others. When will this blatant nepotism that has ruined youth's lives and futures end? Good question there. And here's Rock Gashagua's church meeting in Nairobi. National Drama Festivals kick off. Battle of the Titans as feat starts. Yes, high schools there going to showcase what it is they have. And 1.3 billion shillings windfall for Donald Kipkorir in win over City Hall. City lawyer Donald Kipkorir is set to receive 1.3 billion shillings from Nairobi County government as payment for his legal services in 2 court cases. 2 court cases, Shingapi, 1.3 billion shillings. And Alcoblo set for return amid surge in road carnage. At least 1,139 people have been killed in road accidents in the last 3 months, raising concerns about a slide back into highway slaughter and prompting authorities to reintroduce alcohol tests for drivers nationwide. Which begs the question, why not just have alcohol blow throughout? What stops you?
Because people were starting to abuse it.
Alcohol blow?
Yes. And I mean those who were actually using the alcohol to test, and that's why it was removed in the first place. That people were abusing it, and it then became a route for corruption. But let's look at that story into detail later. Let's just look at headlines really quickly with CT.
Oh, sorry. The Business Daily.
Yeah.
Right. Treasury trims tax targets for a third time in 9 months. Okay. The Treasury has lowered its tax collection projections for the year ending June 2025 by 40 billion, signaling tough times for taxmen amid a streak of missed targets over the past 9 months. Okay. Banks have 18 months to enforce climate risk disclosure rule. There's such a rule.
What?
Yeah.
Yes, that's a pertinent question. The Central Bank of Kenya has given banks 18 months to start compulsory disclosure of climate-related exposure resulting from individuals, businesses, and projects they finance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense.
You finance this, tell us exposure.
Carbon footprint and whatnot.
Exactly. All those things. Carbon footprint. See, people understand.
Indeed.
Not carbon handprint.
No.
Carbon footprint. Right. Thank you very much, Dennis. Pension funds investments on NSE stocks up by 42%. They're those things which I don't really understand.
But they sound nice to say.
Yes. Okay. Pension funds investments in NSE stocks, that's the stocks in those ones, up by 42%. Okay? Pension funds raised their investment in stocks listed, as he explaining, on the National Securities Exchange by 42% to 206 billion in 2024. That's what new data shows, okay? Gulf oil giants cut price 14% in renewed import pact. 3 state-owned Gulf firms have agreed to lower petroleum prices of up to 14% per ton in an extended petroleum supply deal with Kenya through to 2027, signaling a relief for consumers at the pump. This one is one of those wait-and-see situations. We will wait, and we will see. All right. First of all, we're not told when exactly that will happen, but it is something that we can take as aspirational. Okay,
that will happen.
Bang in the middle of the paper. Now, these are the things that I consider disappointing, but I will read it nonetheless. Kenya bets on AU in push for new Trump trade deal. It's disappointing because the headline should have read, Kenya and the AU work on how trade between African states can increase. That would have made sense to me.
We talked about a population of 1.3 billion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't get me started.
Just drop that number.
I'm not reading anymore. I'm done with that thing. Okay. There's a news here that I must talk about. You know, Firoz no Warji. No Roji.
Not Roji.
Yes. A giant.
Yes.
A remarkable man. He has bowed out and gone into the afterlife. Okay? It says, Firoz, giant of law who challenged power. Okay? There's an obituary on page 2. Okay? Yes. If they were greats, this gentleman was definitely one of the greats.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was.
Ruto Kindiki keep low profile after 5-day Mount Kenya tour. Okay, so you say. Raila's ODM party suffers major financial setback ahead of grassroots polls. The individual who is in charge of elections informed them that there's been a slash in the party fundings. Okay, so if they're expecting X, now they're getting Y. That sort of thing. Bang in the middle of the paper. Gambling craze killing youths. Most listed as varsity students and border riders. This is a story on page 4 and page 5. This is a double-page story. Youths gambling with their lives as firms mint billions. Okay? The rise of technology has made it increasingly easy to access online betting apps and sports wagering platforms. It's a long story, but it follows many stories that have been mentioned with regards to gambling and how it is that it is on the increase.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll come back and look at the stories in details. 1, 2, 3. Let's take a look at right now what's happening in the skies and indeed on the roads. It is actually 21 minutes to 7. We'll come back and look at these stories in detail right after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy and foggy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs today of 23 and lows of 15. Looking into a partly sunny Nakuru, going to highs of 24, and at 16, partly sunny in Nyeri. It's 14 and cloudy into Eldoret with highs of 23, and we'll see partly sunny conditions in Mombasa at 25 and at 26 in Malindi. It's 20 and partly cloudy in Kisumu with 17 and cloudy conditions into Kakamega. Rain showers in Kampala at 19 with partly sunny conditions at 24 in Dar es Salaam. It's clear at 14 into Johannesburg, while at Mogadishu it is 27 and 15 and sunny into Addis Ababa. Lagos is cloudy at 28 with mostly clear conditions at 23 into Kinshasa. 22 and cloudy into Beijing, and it's cloudy at 6 in Paris with 5 degrees and mostly cloudy conditions into London. 11 degrees and cloudy New York Sunday night, coming into Monday highs of 13 and lows of 6.
Spice FM. Spice up your life.
And just like that, it started to build on the Thika Superhighway coming into the city. A little bit of traffic also on Kiambu Road as you come through. Thika Superhighway coming in from Githurai is pretty heavy already, and it's bumper to bumper through and through to the Pangani Underpass. A little bit of traffic starting to form on Kangundo Road, and we're seeing the same thing also on Jogo Road as you come through the city in a westerly direction. There is traffic on Ngong Road, but just starting to build as you get towards the junction. A little bit of that coming in from the Karen area and also from Naivasha Road. So all this something to watch this morning. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so coming back into it at now 19 minutes to 7 o'clock. Let's look at this story where former Deputy President Rigathi Gashagua says, I will not be intimidated. So what did we see yesterday? I'll not be intimidated, he said, after goons storm church. Chaos erupted yesterday at the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, Kasarani, Nairobi, when a group of goons disrupted a Sunday service attended by former Deputy President Rigathi Gashagua. Now, please understand, this was not outside church whereby, people had finished with the service. This was them getting into church during service. Amid the commotion, gunshots were heard as Gashagua's security team dispersed the intruders who had stormed the church, allegedly demanding money. Order was, however, restored shortly and the service resumed. The former deputy president's vehicles were damaged in the melee. Gashagua blamed President William Ruto and Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja for the attack. He emphasized that Kenya is a country governed by the rule of law, and the constitution grants citizens various freedoms, including the right to worship, associate, speak, and move freely. Gashagua condemned what he described as efforts to curtail these freedoms. Even if you eliminate Gashagua, he said, nothing will change. It will only complicate your politics more than it already is. And we have enough soldiers to carry on the struggle. I do not mind goons being sent everywhere if that is what the president has decided. But sending goons to church? What happened to you, Mr. President? The people of the church prayed for you. Yet you have now reached the point of sending goons to attack them. Gashagua also referenced past incidents where events he attended had been disrupted, including a funeral in Limuru in November last year and incidents in Nyandarua in December and Naivasha and Nyeri last week. He further claimed that the police officer had been instructed not to intervene to restore order at the church. He said he had urged Mount Kenya residents to welcome the president during his recent tour of the region and demanded that he be allowed to visit any part of the country freely. He said, even if you want to pursue us, do not take it inside a church. We were seated there wondering why the president would go to such lengths to send goons to church to attack leaders and Christians. But we are not surprised. If we are nobody in this country, why are you pursuing us? Leave us alone. Yeah. he's decided unequivocally that this attack is directly from the president and that it was allowed by the governor, especially since they didn't see police, according to him, come in to sort out these issues. So it's mano a mano now. It's full on. And this is where we are.
I mean, what happened yesterday is just sad because we live... Gashagua has the right to go to any church and worship whatever it is he wants. He has the right to meet with his supporters and whatnot. You know, goons, whoever they are, showing up and attacking him just because it's Gashagua or for whatever reason. I mean, it shouldn't happen. If anyone has any reason to be angry with Gashagua, go report to the police. But then again, I hope that the former deputy president, now that he's speaking the way he is, he will go report this to the cops. So let's just hope so.
When the president did his tour of Nairobi, one of the things that characterized that tour were, again, individuals whom we classify as goons,
yes,
seeming to have a free reign on the citizenry. Okay? So who sent these ones?
Yeah.
Who?
Well, according to Gashagua, he says it's the president.
So the president sent goons upon himself. On himself.
I'm talking about the presidential tour of Nairobi.
Oh, that's the other one. No, that was. But what did we hear this morning? That it seems as though they're goons for hire. That you know how you can have, a models, you can have ushers.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
But
so in this case, it's like people have their own.
How
goons.
did it serve the interest of the president for the visit to be marred by people who are clearly disturbing the citizenry, robbing them, in the wake of his tour of Nairobi?
No, those would not be his goons. They would be somebody else's goons.
Okay. So essentially, you could argue that goons also determine where it is they are going to ply their trade. The goonery that we see, if there is such a word, or the goonship that we see, is something that it appears to be a growth industry.
Right. So, or if you want them to go a certain place, then you know this is where we're going to go today.
Precisely. And also, when you have the free reign of individuals whom we refer to as goons playing an interesting role in the security or the lapse of security in the country, then would you then not say that there are individuals who might be self-employed and seek to bring to the attention of those who might hire them their capacity? If I was somebody who had a few goons, people for hire, how would I get the public to know that I can pursue and practice my goonery well?
All right. Like, how does it go around? You're not going to be in the yellow pages, for example.
No. Yeah. So how do I demonstrate? How do I demonstrate that actually I have the capacity to do this thing?
I guess the chatter on the ground, just that people look. By the time people are coming out and saying, "Well, you know, this person allowed it," then the word has gone round.
Well,
it has found its way back to you somehow.
Words
that you're
round.
the one dishing out the dough.
Words go round.
Yeah.
There are very many people in this country. Anybody can hire a goon. Let's start there. Anybody. This is a country that has an economy that allows for enterprise. Goonery is an enterprise. We see them. We don't pay attention to them during the election period because a lot of our elections are actually predominantly characterized by these individuals and what they do and what they can't do and what they...
Absolutely.
And I think City even just immediately, remember after the elections during the demonstrations in the country, there's this crop of individuals in the CBD who came out with batons saying that they're protecting their property. And one would beg to ask, shouldn't the police be doing that work? Then again, how do I determine that you are the owner of this property and what right do you have to rain terror on innocent citizenry who are demonstrating? And at that time, the deputy, Rigathi Gashagua, was the deputy president then.
There was a time in this country when Raila and the people with whom he represented the opposition would hold regular rallies in the city. Okay, these rallies were characterized by a lot of hooliganism. Okay. And what then happened, a group came together and they were called Nairobi Business Community. Okay? And they were protecting their properties. Okay? So if you were to look at, if you go to the annals of history and look at how it is, goon squads and their ilk have matured over time. Yes, it's why I call it an enterprise.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. Because Chris also asked, how do the goons even know that Gashagua was going to be in Kasarani yesterday? How did he know? He's been announcing where he's going, so he makes himself an easy target.
Yes, he does.
How does he know? How do they know where he will go? Because if he didn't tell them,
the thing about the proliferation of this is that it becomes so mired that you're never really quite sure who did what.
Absolutely.
Yes. So that makes the president an easy target to blame.
This is true.
Yeah.
You really don't know. And I'm not connecting anything to anything, but we are living in a space where we have seen that people actually do things to themselves to get some kind of attention. It has happened many, many times.
Yes, we are not saying that this is the case.
No. That's why I said I'm not connecting dots.
No,
but
just open the discussion to what it is.
Absolutely.
Because if you look at what happened last year in June and how it is the state machinery played a role, then anything thereafter that seemed to seek to thwart that particular movement, the state was blamed directly, and it continued ascending upwards.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And even when we still have discussions about that, you remember back in 2017 when Raila Odinga was trying to go to Kamkunji to have his rally, and remember 2017 I think or 2013, and what former Nairobi Governor Sonko said, we went and modified the ground so that he doesn't come there.
Yes.
And this is all goes to speak in terms of the politics that politicians themselves play against themselves.
Oh, they do.
And how they are giving credit to the goons' enterprise to thrive in the country. I mean, they do that to themselves.
Again, if we're to end this conversation, look at the way people who have been in the opposition in this country have been treated by those who have been in government.
Absolutely.
What it is that has happened to them in the history of this particular country. Okay? You are in the opposition, expect to get the rough end of it.
Oh, proper.
Yes.
Well, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua will be on KTN tonight with Jesse Rogers from 7 to 9. He has a lot to talk about, and perhaps some of these things that we're discussing or conjecturing about will actually come through in that conversation. So tune into KTN tonight at 7 and hear what Jesse and Rigathi have to say to each other.
It'll be interesting.
It indeed it will be. The Wamanyoro bombshell. Apparently, there seems to be a bombshell that will be, bombed. What does a bombshell do? It bombs or it shells.
It shells. It bombs and shells.
So, sasa. 7 o'clock.
Bombshell is the aftermath of the bomb exploding. Yes.
Sawa. Hiyo sasa inafanyika 7 to 9 o'clock on KTN. So
let's talk about the road accidents. So at least 1,139 people have been killed in road accidents in the past 3 months, raising concerns about a slide back into highway slaughter and prompting authorities to reintroduce alcohol test for drivers nationwide. Now, although the numbers are slightly less compared to the statistics for the same period last year, the bloodbath witnessed in the highways in recent weeks has caused public uproar. Statistics from the National Transport and Safety Authority and the Traffic Police Department indicate that 1,139 people died between January 1st and March 31st, compared to 1,166 in a similar period last year. In the past 3 months, 420 pedestrians have died in accidents compared to 434 in the same period last year. Also killed were 83 drivers, 189 passengers, 130 pillion passengers, 16 cyclists and 301 motorcyclists. In the past 1 week alone, 24 people have died in road crashes. Scores others are nursing injuries in separate road crashes across the country. Alcohol testing operations will be back in our roads to take motorists from engaging in drink driving. That is Transport CD Davis, CS Davis Cheer.
Are people drivers still? I mean, can these accidents be attributed to irresponsibility on the roads in terms of alcohol?
According to this report, I think it's one of the causes based off the numbers that have happened. Because I remember there's a matter that happened not long ago where I think there were young guys racing on the road and caused an accident. There's a woman who died in that, and upon further investigations, it was found that there was drunk driving involved. This, together with many other cases in the country that have existed. But even as we talk about this, let's look at the misbehavior that happens in our roads. This is a country where you find a matatu driver in the CBD on the wrong side. A police officer tries to stop that matatu, but what do they tell him? Toka hapa. We have reports of matatus owned by prominent people in this country blatantly disrespecting traffic rules, and NTSA, the Transport Ministry, have not said anything. What does that communicate to the rest of drivers in this country? It is good that they're talking right now, but remember, it is them who've slept on the job.
There was a menace that ceased after we spoke about it, as did many others. Some of these black, huge four-wheel drives, which have strobe lights.
Oh yes,
and loud horns. Those are the hee-haw horns. Yes, those ones. Yes, who would deliberately drive on the wrong side and overtake where there is no room for overtaking, causing jams. One doesn't hear of those anymore.
They were declared. You can't have strobe lights anymore.
It's not even the strobes. They don't do that anymore. You don't hear of it.
You don't.
It was rampant.
It was everywhere. It was actually, they were called off the roads.
I think also citizenry just stood up their ground and said, you're no longer bullying us on the road, pretty much.
Because that was that. Now you see, until and unless I see evidence to support what is being spoken of here, a lot of it sounds anecdotal to me. What are the number of cases?
Yes.
How many of these cases where people were involved were tested, and it was determined that indeed they had a lot of alcohol? Because testing for alcohol is not difficult. They were under the influence of drugs and what have you. Remember, a lot of road carnage was often attributed to the state of the roads.
Yes.
Now, what is the state of the roads that we have? Then there is the probity that is required by law for the police officers to ensure that, one, that vehicle is roadworthy.
Yes.
B, that the number of passengers in that vehicle are the requisite and legal number that it is insured for. Because if a vehicle is not roadworthy, it will have an accident.
Thank you.
And most cases, when you see these horrific accidents, they were speeding.
Yes, they were.
Yes, they were.
So how all these factors come into play when you're talking about road accidents? So how do you zero in and say, all these things considered, it is the consumption of alcohol that is the major problem?
How do you arrive at that?
Yeah.
How do you arrive at that? And that's the thing, because would you say alcohol? You can't say that. It's like a blood test. You can't say somebody has malaria by looking at them.
No, you have to test.
You have to take the test. You can't. I mean, somebody could be a bit loopy, but until you say that, if on this road, let's just take Nairobi-Kericho Highway, for example, if you take the accidents that happened on this road, because a number of them did come from that, and that you tested the drivers, right? Of the 14 accidents that took place, you tested all 14 drivers, all 28 drivers, for example, because there are two on both sides. And 50% of them had been
drunk
beyond the limits that you should have when operating a vehicle. Then you can say, because of that, we have reason to do 1, 2, 3. But more often than not, we do not base decisions or even proclamations on the provided data, not even provided on any kind of data, because what are you picking from? If you are saying that it's because of road infrastructure that is poor, then you say, okay, this is what we then need to do. But you cannot say this is what we need to do if you have not based it on any kind of information or data. That's why it is there.
In fact, to your point, if the story of gambling that I mentioned to you, which is in the Star, they give you data. Betting in numbers. 766 billion amount Kenyans spent on gambling in 2024. 2.1 billion shillings average spent daily. 1,825 average amount punters spent in a month. 49.2 billion projected Kenya's gambling market in 2025. 10,000 number of direct jobs created by the industry. 500,000 number of indirect jobs. Those are numbers.
Yes.
So when you talk about the gambling craze and you look at the numbers, you realize Yes, when they say that it is the people who are in this business who are minting money, it is clear they're minting money.
Absolutely. And if you can even go ahead to call it a craze, you can do that based on these numbers that you're telling us about. For example, when you know that in a certain out of 100 shillings, somebody's using their 60 shillings to go and gamble, you have the data because you have it on record, and this is what they've actually spent.
Yes. And you can also tell by the amount of money that these particular entities pay the government in terms of taxes.
Taxes, yes.
So there is data to support what you're saying.
Yeah, so I think for me personally is Transport CS and those in charge of transport come with your concrete evidence. Prove to us that it's indeed alcohol that is one of the reasons.
What will happen is that if that's not one of the reasons, and you've touted it to be, is that more people are going to die.
Yes.
If it is not road infrastructure and you decide that you're going to deal with alcohol, more people will die. If it is because people are driving at night and that drivers have poor eyesight and you've not been able to find that out, more people will die. Yeah. If you're not looking at the cause based on the data that you're getting, guess what? More people will die.
It is often even fatigue more than anything else.
It's a fatigue. People are doing back-to-back trips. They get to Nairobi by 2. In another hour, they've gone. They get there by 9. In another hour, they sleep. They're back. Come on. What do you expect?
There is also the fact that I know I can break the rules and I can
I'll get away
my
with
way
it.
out. So,
absolutely. Those are the things that we discuss. Okay, I'm Tata, the Senator for Busia County, will be in the hot seat at 7. There's a lot to talk about. Don't go away. Good morning, 7 a.m.
How do you just wake up and say?
Good morning, this is the news. Why I'm La Ubaga. 5 chiefs that were abducted in Mandera in February by suspected Al-Shabaab militants have been set free. The chiefs were being held captive in Somalia. They were abducted while on official duty travelling to El Wak town to join the Deputy County Commissioner for a security meeting in preparation for President William Ruto's week-long development tour of the northeastern region. Celebrations are expected later in the day, even as the chiefs will give an account of their experiences during the abduction period. The 2 suspects arrested after being found in possession of bang, several cartons of assorted illicit brews and contraband cigarettes are valued at 2.9 million are set for arraignment. Nakada officials led by Nicholas Kosgei says they raided Namonye Market in Usigi, Siaya County in the business premises, rental houses and the homestead of a notorious drug dealer following a tip-off from members of the public. Kosgei says they managed to confiscate 4,600 sticks and 11 brooms of bang, 8 cartons of export cigarettes, 237 cartons of second-generation liquor and 4 cash safes believed to contain proceeds from the illegal business. Francis Ochieng and Evelyn Atieno were taken to Bondo Police Station. Uasin Gishu Governor Jonathan B has dismissed claims that President William Ruto had to pay residents of Mount Kenya to attend his meetings. According to Governor B, reports that people were paid between 300 and 10,000 Kenya shillings to attend President Ruto's events are false.
Niliposikia president anaenda Mount Kenya na nilikuwa najua sasa watu wanasema huko mlima hauwezi kuza alingawagi na baya president alimwingiaga. Nikaona vile watu walijitokeza kwa wingi, Central yote wanapenda president. Sasa wale vijana watu wengine wenye wako na roho mbaya ati hao watu walinunulia, unamwaje watu milioni 5? It is not possible. Kwa hivyo tuaje mambo mengine yote hiyo, hata huyu mwingine mzee wetu Kalonzo mwenye amekuwa kwa regime zote. Sasa anasema ati president resigned because of corruption. Na amekuwa kwa ile kanuni nilikuwa naye walikuwa wanasema kulikuwa na corruption, amekuwa kwa ile regime nyingine, tunasema hiyo tuachane na hiyo. Sisi tuangalie mbele, tusimame na president, tuhakikishe kwamba hata hiyo 2027 mpaka 2032 ya president, sisi watu ya Kenya tutakuwa tumewekwa pamoja. Tunakubali president unite Kenya.
His statement has been emphasized by Kitutu North MP Japhet Nyakundi, who dismissed claims that Ruto won't be elected for a second term. Nyakundi has also accused Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka of politicizing the IBC Commissioner's recruitment exercise.
Nyinyi mnadhani William Ruto anaweza enda term moja? Na hii kazi yote amefanya? Si kazi itajiongelelea? Ile kazi amefanya, hakuna mtu ambaye Kenya hii ameweza kufanya wale marais wote wamekuwa. Hata juzi niliona ule mtu ya kutoka kwa kina Mutuse anasema IEBC, tunataka tumwambie hivi. We believe the selection panel that has been constituted to enhance or to make sure that we get the IEBC commissioners that will be able to move the country forward and to make sure that the elections that are there are conducted in a free and fair manner. Kwa hivyo hii makesi yote alikuwa ameweka before tukapita, saa hii tena anataka kuweka kesi zingine.
A Buddha rider has died on the spot following a road accident at a Tezo area on the Mombasa-Malindi highway. The motorcyclist is reported to have collided head-on with a truck coming from the Malindi direction. The pillion passenger he was carrying was also injured in the incident. So far, no traffic officer has arrived at the scene of the accident. And finally, Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka and senior presidential advisor Moses Kuria have strongly condemned Sunday's attack on former Deputy President Rigathi Gashagua during a church service in Mwiki, Kasarani. Musyoka described the incident as a state-sponsored assault that the government was behind, what he termed an orchestrated attempt to intimidate political opponents in sacred spaces. Speaking in Mwiki, Gashagua expressed dismay at the growing politicization of places of worship.
Rais, what happened to you? Ndani ya kanisa. Surely, hao watu ya kanisa ndio walikuombea. Sasa wewe umefika kiwango. Ulinitumia goons Limuru kwa funeral, wakatuangaisha, tukasema ni sawa. The other December ukatutumia goons huko Shamata, wakatuangaisha, tukasema ni sawa. Last week ulikuwa umetuma watu huko Nyeri nje ya kanisa. Sasa umekuja mpaka umeingia ndani ya kanisa.
For the hard-hitting, bold and stimulating discussions, keep it Spice FM. I'm Lea Ubaga.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody is human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, taking a look at a few minutes after 7 o'clock at what traffic does now look like on these streets. It is still heavy coming in from the Thika Superhighway. Traffic coming in all the way from the Ruiru interchange through Githurai out towards Kasarani Garden City and then on towards Survey and then out towards the Pangani underpass. It's busy and it's getting into the city very slowly at about this point this morning. Limuru Road is also busy. It's coming from Village Market out through towards Limuru Road and then Limuru Road still, and then through to the city. That's also starting to build up. Not much happening coming off of Ngong Road this morning, and I think we're doing all right from Langata Road, at least for now. We're going to keep an eye on all of this and see how it all pops off this morning. We'll talk and keep things moving. Spice FM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Don't just spend, earn while at it. The I&M Bank Milele Rewards makes every swipe count. Earn every point on every purchase and redeem them for flights, shopping and more. Plus, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele Reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you at 8 minutes after 7 o'clock into the Situation Room for the second week of April. And this Monday morning, we are getting into conversations that matter, conversations that grasp our attention and that actually then need some more attention when it comes to doing something about those particular issues. And the one that we'll have this morning is not a far cry from that at all, and we'll get into that in just a minute after CT tells us what's in his pocket.
Well, my pocket has many things.
This I know.
But the thing that would be of interest to you is something that not only helps you in understanding that spending doesn't have to be a one-way street. Spending can actually be a two-way street, believe it or not. And what am I referring to? I am referring to the I&M Bank Global Card. Mm-hmm. Now, what exactly is this World Credit MasterCard? This World Credit MasterCard by I&M is a card that enables you to spend while at the same time gaining points as you spend. The points you gain are referred to as milele points. Mm-hmm. Now, these milele points, when accumulated, enable you to again spend, buy fuel, buy groceries, buy airline tickets if you wish to fly, etc., etc. And all you need to do is go to the I&M on the go platform to register. But before I finish, let me just give you just a little icing on the cake. If you happen to be the 20th individual to register, you will stand a chance of winning 50,000 milele points. Now, I didn't say this, I'll say it now. 1 milele point equals 1 shilling.
Beautiful.
So if you get 50,000 milele points, it means you have 50,000 Kenya shillings worth of points for you to spend.
Okay.
Yes.
You also need to get this thing in your pocket if you ask me.
Yes.
All right. So you can earn, spend. It's a beautiful cycle, essentially, with I&M, the World MasterCard. Okay. So we're getting into a conversation this morning, and I'm already breathing out, but we're going to get into it properly. The Senator for Busia County, Okoh Mtata, is we had this conversation before.
You said,
and I said, and I actually said it right before, didn't I?
You said from,
yeah.
And you were told no.
Okay, yes. The Senator from Busia County is.
If I were you, I'd be safe. The Senator from Busia County.
The Senator from Busia County, because that's where he's from. Okoh Mtata is here with us this morning. Good morning, Senator.
Morning.
How are you doing?
I'm pretty fine.
Pretty fine?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good place to start this Monday, I'd say. So before we even tell folks, why you're here this morning, let's welcome you to the Situation Room in proper style. CT is in another country this week. He let you know where that is and the proverb, and then you can do us the good favor of interpreting that for us, right?
Okay.
I am actually in one of the wealthiest nations on the planet. But because of the incidences and the issues that some refer to as the curse of this continent, has never actually been able to realize that wealth to the benefits of its citizenry. This country is Zimbabwe. The proverb for the day is a proverb I've mentioned before because I actually like this particular proverb. Until the lion tells his side of the story will always glorify the hunter.
Yeah. And it's always said that victory is always written by
the victors.
Yes. So the story they tell is their story. But maybe we could look at an interesting story Achebe told of the tortoise and the leopard. Said the tortoise used to move around the forest, claiming that if he can floor the leopard with one blow, he can beat the leopard to a pulp. So one evening, the leopard runs into the tortoise and tells him, Mr. Tortoise, here I am.
Beat me.
You can beat me. And the tortoise said, okay, that's a small thing, just wait. So the tortoise begins knocking down trees, turning over boulders and rearranging the scene. Then when he finished arranging the scene and destroying, then he lay on that place and told the leopard, "You can now kill me." Then the leopard says, "Why?" He says, "Whoever finds me dead on this scene will know that you met your equal." So the leopard ran away because he did not want to to destroy his record as the most fierce animal in the forest. So that is a story whereby sometimes you have to define victory. You don't let others define victory for you. And so when the whole story is not told until the lion tells his side of the story, you end up with half-truths and a tunneled view of things. Sometimes a keyhole view, not even a tunneled view, a keyhole view of things. And sometimes you'll find when you're having this tunneled view, you could be celebrating that there's light at the end of the tunnel, and as they say, it could be a train which is coming over to crash you.
Exactly. And that's the light that you're seeing.
The light you're seeing, the headlamp of the train.
Coming towards you.
Indeed. Well, there you go. So, no matter how thin you slice it, a story always has two sides.
Yeah.
And we're looking at sides of stories this morning. But one of the things, and that for which you're here this morning, to be able to open up for us, according to research and data collection that you have actually made, Senator, we start to have this conversation this morning, and it's around issues of odious debt. It's around issues of a Eurobond that comes due in a very, very short number of months. And we're looking at, let's just say this number, I think it's important that we do. 919,450,000,000 shillings. That's the same as 7.1 billion US dollars. It's the current exchange rate at 129, which was borrowed in the financial years of 2014, 2015, 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019, and 2020, 2021. We also have an additional 208,324,847,510, and this was borrowed in February 2024. Now, this is money that is owed by Kenya and is up for paying back. Now, for matters of clarification, the money that was borrowed in February 2024 was for the purposes of paying back another Eurobond, which was the initial Eurobond. So that money was borrowed, essentially borrowed from Peter to pay Paul. And that happened. Now, under the Constitution, the parameters with which Kenya is allowed to borrow is for development. Now, the question then comes in, and as we start to have this conversation, can we see development for these monies that was borrowed between the years of 2014 and 2024? That's over 10 years. Kenya's current debt, which is being called odious debt in some quarters, is amounting to 13,114,602,305 Kenya shillings. Senator,
yes,
you've called this, many quarters have called this odious debt. Odious debt, in simple terms, essentially means that Kenya actually doesn't owe this money.
Yeah, you don't owe this money.
Kenya doesn't owe this money, and we're going to start from looking at the mysteries around this Eurobond money, and how can we then say that such huge numbers, which Kenya borrowed, we see the evidence of the borrowing, but where it went to, we are not quite sure. Why are we calling this odious debt?
Yes, I think, first of all, the law defines how we should borrow and how money should be used. And also, now that we have begun with the Eurobond, if you look at table 5 of the computations I've shared, which is on table 5 is on page 11 of that document, it will show you, this is an extract from the government books on development expenditure, budget and statement of public debt. So when you look at that document on page 11, I've looked at those financial years when the Eurobond was borrowed. If you look at, go ahead, that's page number 5, you could, When you get there, you look at the 2014, 2015, the gross development expenditure was 494, and that expenditure, 494 billion, that expenditure, 358 billion was paid from taxes, 136 billion was loans. So if you add this, if you add the second column, if you add the third column and the fourth column, that's tax revenue plus external loans, you get the development expenditure fully covered. But then you look at the Eurobonds that were borrowed, you see they were never factored into the government books. So the 175 billion that was initially borrowed, 207 billion, 214 billion, 113 billion, all this money does not get into the development budget. So why is this money? Because from the government books themselves, you can see that the budget, the development was taken care of by tax revenue and external loans, and the loans are given. Now, where did the Eurobond money go?
Let's just go over that again.
Yes.
Senator. So essentially what we are saying here is that there were certain development projects that were supposed to take place.
Yes.
These development projects took place and they were paid for from taxpayers' money because we can see that money there.
Yes.
They were also taken care of by
the loans that were in the budget.
The loans that were already in the budget.
Yeah, approved by Parliament.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, when you bring in the Eurobond,
yes,
you know, these monies essentially under the borrowing that you mentioned,
yes,
were actually supposed to take care of certain development projects, but we don't see that money has been applied to any project.
No, it didn't go to any project.
Okay.
So that's one of the issues that you have, and that one clearly shows that. Number two is that the Constitution controls how money is to be borrowed, and that borrowing is, when you look at Article 202 of the Constitution, it requires that any loan must be in the budget. And the reason for that is that loans are paid from taxes. But you have gotten some madness which has come in, and I use the word madness deliberately, that came into the National Assembly, and they came up with this thing called debt ceiling, which is just arrant nonsense. That you are computing debt against the GDP of a country. GDP really means nothing. GDP could mean that maybe that wealth is in hands of maybe 10% of the population. 90% of the wealth could be in the hands of 10% of the population.
True.
And when you tax them, you're only going to tax them 30%. So that GDP that translates really to nothing. So usually taxes, debts are paid from loans. And the idea of a debt ceiling, you have to go back to about 1914, up to 1917, when the First World War was on, and the American government got involved and did not have time for Congress to be sitting to approve the budget. So they said, okay, go ahead, spend on need.
Yes.
When the war ended, Congress came back and said, okay, how much have you spent? So they found that then they calculated that as against their GDP and said, we are going to give you that debt ceiling. And that particular problem is what has created the huge debt. America is heavily indebted. It's a heavily indebted country because they have never been able to go back to a state whereby Congress controls borrowing. Since the World War, then the Second World War also happened, that thing went on. That's why you find that they keep on going, they get to a point where they're about to shut down government, they have again to do this and that. So they've never gone back to the initial design whereby Congress, as the controller of the purse, was the one which allowed borrowing. They left it to the executive. So we go ahead and borrow that bad manners that has destroyed America and come here and put in our laws that 55% of our debt will be pegged on 55% of GDP. And then the executive now begins playing with that 55%, saying, okay, we are borrowing within 55%. But the law is very clear that any borrowing must be in the budget. That's Article 220, Clause 1, B and C.
Are you saying it shouldn't matter then? They shouldn't. Then you don't. If according to what you're saying, if it is in the budget, then a ceiling wouldn't matter.
No, you don't require a ceiling because in the budget you have to demonstrate the capacity to pay.
So once you've been able to demonstrate that, then you shouldn't have a problem with the ceiling.
So you have to have a balance to pay, and that's why they say that the budget must have revenue and expenditure. Okay. So you must show your revenue and then your expenditure. That's 220. The first line, A1A is you have revenue and expenditure. Okay. So when they say you must create a balanced budget, then within that budget, the control mechanisms are inbuilt in the budget and Parliament approves.
Okay.
So the executive does not have a blank check to go borrowing the way Parliament has done by fixing a debt ceiling, which goes against the constitutional design of how government should borrow.
And this revenue that we speak of, is it actual revenue or anticipated revenue?
It's anticipated revenue, usually it's estimates. Budgets are usually based on estimates.
Yes, and these estimates, the budget must also indicate how the government intends to raise this revenue.
Yes, it must indicate how it intends to raise this revenue. And that's why they say, in fact, if you look at... there's a document I shared that if you can open it, that one, the statement of actual revenue, the Gazette notice. If you go to the first page, you'll be able to see.
We'll find it,
I had shared it with the...
We have it.
Yeah, if you open the Gazette notice, that which gives us a statement of how the government's money is sitting at as at 25th of February 2025. And it was signed in law by Mr. Mbadi, you realize that the country is not doing very well from that statement. But again, within that statement, you'll also see that if you are keen, you'll notice how reckless our government can be. And I'm going just to point out one thing whereby the money was recklessly spent, and then you'd look at what was happening at that time in the political sphere, and people have been asking questions, how did you finance this, how did you finance that? But if you go into this document, you can easily see that circumstantial evidence points that this particular exercise.
What page was that, Senator?
No, it's a different document called Gazette Notice.
The Gazette Notice, exactly,
yes. Yeah. If you look at, that's okay. So when you look at that Gazette Notice, you will notice that it has got an open on the right-hand side. There's an opening balance. It's tax revenue, which I've highlighted.
Yeah.
Now, there's an estimated tax revenue of 2.7 trillion, which is revised to 2.4 trillion. But look at how much has been collected. At the end of February, only 1.4 trillion.
1.4.
So we are doing very badly on that. Now, the non-tax revenue, these are the things that come from the dividends of various operations. Now, when you come to domestic borrowing, you'll realize that the entire amount is not in the budget. The entire amount of domestic borrowing, if you go look at the budget that the Parliament passed, there's nowhere Parliament has allowed the executive to borrow. Domestically. There's nowhere. The only thing that's allowed by law is the treasury bills, which are like overdrafts that should be paid within the year. It's like a bank overdraft, whereby if the government is having a cash flow problem, then it has to go to the market and borrow some money. But once KRA has collected the money and remitted, they pay back immediately.
So go ahead and do.
But we often hear, coming from the CS, during the budget, because we listen from beginning to end, that we hear that when the numbers have been given in terms of what it is that they would like to do as per the budget, and then when we hear where this money will come from, because they do make a statement about that before the appropriations bill comes later, and they do talk about domestic borrowing. So what I'm hearing you saying, Senator, is that they can say it, but if it is not documented, then it means nothing. Because when you look at Article 109, it says that Parliament shall exercise its legislative authority through bills introduced in Parliament and approved by Parliament and signed into law by the President. Not statements made. Not statements. Okay. Parliament doesn't work on statements, on motions, on whatever. So when the budget policy statement, they're supposed to be a guideline. But you need to have that revenue declared in the budget. Then we can see what it is. So we need to see the domestic borrowing, because the reason why they don't declare that borrowing has to be tied on a project. Okay. So this money that we're talking about, I think it's important. This money that we're talking about now, this 828 billion. Yes. Which they have raised, they revised upwards to 978 billion. Okay. In the third column. It was revised to 978 billion. Yes. And then essentially we are saying that we don't know where this money went, but we can see that it was borrowed. And when we talk about domestic borrowing, we're talking about local banks and such.
Yes.
So where would this money have gone?
But
Because I keep saying...
you're also saying, that this money, if it was borrowed locally, was not in the budget.
Exactly. It was not.
In the budget.
It was not.
So if it wasn't in the budget, then how did the government go about the process of actually...
Who gave an authority?
Yes, because Parliament gives that authority. Yes, meaning it is passed in the budget. If it isn't passed in the budget, so where did the authority come from for this borrowing to take place?
And pegged on that, when you go to a local bank, for example, call it, because we know that they all do, I mean, take your pick. Does the bank require a documentation of authority for borrowing from government before they give these funds? Is that a requirement?
I don't know if they require that, but the bank is out to make profit. And these things are, but government is the most secure thing to give money for profit. So they come, not just banks, when the scandal goes further, but you find that parastatals, which have been funded by the treasury, are lending government money. The money they have been financed with, they go and lend it back to government.
To itself.
By indicating by participating in the buying of these legal the legal paper that the government issues.
And then the tragedy is that the legal paper is supposed to be an overdraft to be paid back in 12 months. But if you look at our documents, there's even one that is written pre-1997.
Pre-1997
overdraft. Now, how can an overdraft be pre-1997? That's 27 years ago. And it's a huge figure I'll show you in these things. But before we go, look at external loans and grants. That one is now in the budget. But look at the first column. The Parliament approved 571 billion to be borrowed. But look at the executive and the supplementary have revised it to 593. Who gave them the power to do that?
So if there was any revision, that meant it
has to go
come back to
Parliament. Yes. And now, of course, I borrowed that. Now, there's now I want to take you to another, to go down. I think it is on page, and that is why I want to show you some scam. This, if you go to page 3.
Of the Gazette?
Yes, of the Gazette. You see, these are the repayment of the public debt. Consolidated Fund Services, CFS. You go down. Yeah, the highlighted. You have the CFS 50, that's the public debt being repaid. There was an estimate of 1.9 trillion to repay the debt. And now, remember how much have we raised up there? In taxes, about 1.4.
1.4 trillion.
Yes. So, but now we have paid about out of that, we have paid 928 to debt.
Billion.
Yes. From our taxes. We have raised about 1.4 and about $1 trillion that's going to pay debt.
And we can see, Senator, we can see the trail that this money that has left and you can trace that this money that has left has actually come from the collection of taxes.
Yeah, from the collection of taxes.
Okay.
Now, look, I wanted to show you one thing. The CFS 52, the third item, salaries, allowances, and miscellaneous. Now, salaries, allowances, and miscellaneous are usually fixed figure.
Yes.
And here it is. The initial estimate is 4.209, 674, 431. Adjustment remains the same figure.
Yes.
But how much has been paid?
22
billion.
Where did the extra 18 come from?
It has come from your taxes. But what was happening around this time in Kenya? This is the time when Raila was running for the AU seat. And I'm suspecting that this is the money, this is where the money that financed Raila came from.
Hang on a minute.
But Senator, you talk about salaries and allowances being a fixed figure.
Yes.
Here we talk about the extra 18.
Yes.
Which no one knows where it came from.
No one knows where. No, it came from the salaries.
No,
it came from the taxes. But who authorized and what did it do?
The additional.
What did this 18 billion shillings do?
So 18 billion shillings which existed was spent.
Has been spent. The limit that had been set was 4 billion.
4 billion.
But 22 billion has been spent.
So and the question we're asking
and we are talking of salaries and allowances. These are fixed figures. Salaries and allowances. And that's why even the estimates are not revised.
And our salaries and allowances are a fixed figure of
4.2 trillion.
But the thing is here that even when an adjustment was made, according to what you're saying, Senator, so there's the budget number, then, give or take a few things may happen. So you do an an adjustment. With the adjustment, the figure remained the same.
Yes.
Now, when you go to the actual spend...
So then what did you adjust?
Well,
nothing was
adjusted because it's fixed.
That is usually fixed.
It's fixed because you have people who work in different government departments. You're not adding 100 people. You know who they are.
Yes.
You know what their salary is. It's a certain number. So you're able to put that in based on those numbers. Mm-hmm. So the question is here that how did this jump then from 4 billion to 22 billion within the same year? And we cannot see the requisite action for which that 18 billion shillings now is in this paper.
Like, for instance, we didn't see a surge in employment.
You didn't hire an extra 1,000 people into government.
Yes.
No, we didn't see that, did we?
Yeah.
No.
So this money, and this is the time when Raila was running around the continent. And my suspicion is that this is how he got financed. They used this vote head to finance Raila. Because they have not explained where. Because if you look at the budget, there was no budget for hiring jets, for doing all these things. Where did this money come from?
Let's take a break at this point because I think it's interesting. It's rather not just interesting, but it's also important for us. And if there was to be some kind of traceability in terms of where this money then actually did go, and then what should be the explainer that then comes from Treasury, because this is right in the lap of the Treasury. That where did this money actually go? We're talking this morning about odious debt, and we're looking at the numbers that just don't seem to add up. The senator from Busia County, Okello Tata, is our guest this hour. We're looking at some of these issues, and we're going to come back. Some definitions are required, of course, for us to hear exactly as we go towards the Eurobond story. But we're just looking at monies that seem to have been borrowed domestically, paid for by your taxes, but we're not quite sure where this money actually went. We continue with this conversation when we come back. It's 25 minutes to 8 o'clock. We continue after this, taking a look at weather and traffic. Don't go away. It's 7:35.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, we will see highs of 23 and lows of 15. Looking into a sunny Nakuru at 16, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 23 in a partly sunny Nyeri at 16, 14 and cloudy into Eldoret, while Mombasa is sunny at 25, Malindi at 26 is sunny, 20 and partly cloudy into Kisumu, while Kakamega at 17 is cloudy. Rain showers continue in Kampala, going to highs of 24, while it's partly sunny at 24 in Dar es Salaam, 14 and clear into Johannesburg, while in Mogadishu it is 27 and sunny, 15 and sunny into Addis Ababa, while Lagos is partly cloudy at 28, it's clear at 23 in Kinshasa.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
It's a busy morning, and we're seeing a lot of traffic on Langata Road this morning as you come in from that Uhuru Gardens interchange, and then go out all the way past the barracks and then through towards Rilo Dingowe on one side, going through towards Aerodrome on the other. Bumper to bumper, very, very busy. Uhuru Highway also taking you into the city with some traffic, so you're going to have to sit tight, folks, because there is quite some there. I think the mist is still pretty low and still pretty heavy in certain parts of the city, and also outbound, we're going to see that mist going out through towards Limuru, through towards Naivasha. In and outbound traffic is going to slow down just a tad. It's busy on Jago Road, busy on Landis. The Thika Superhighway is not giving giving up any time right now. It's very heavy inbound traffic. We're also seeing the same on Kiambu Road, which is stretching towards the northern bypass, and there is a lot of traffic on Limuru Road this morning. We're in traffic hour proper this Monday morning, keeping an eye on all of this. Let's get your help. We'll talk and move things. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Odious debts and questions of 18 billion shillings and where did it actually go? And we're looking at current numbers. We're not looking at historics. In terms of 20 or 10 years ago, we're looking at 2024, 2025. The senator from Busia County is our guest this hour and into the next. As we look at some of these numbers, the big numbers that Kenya has to pay back every year or so. And we're asking ourselves the question, these numbers, Senator, are on public record.
Yeah, they're there.
They're on public record. And the question is, why would I hide a bump of 18 billion shillings in clear sight, in plain sight, for anybody to see?
Well, I think that somebody is doing his work by keeping the record. And so it's up to us to make use of that record. The best some of these people can do is to say this is how things are. Then it's up to us to go and pick up this. And these statements are published every month.
Yeah.
This is the latest of February. Round for March has not come out. This is the latest statement we have. So you find people asking a lot of questions in the media and whatever, and yet the government is publishing these things. If you just take your time, pick them up and try to understand the law against the facts, then you begin seeing an unraveling of the realities before you see everything in black and white. And I just brought this up to demonstrate a simple issue so that the figures we are going to mention, people can understand that these figures are possible because they look impossible to the uninitiated. They look impossible. You talk of an odious debt of 13 trillion. Many people will shut up. The mind shuts up, feels that you are telling them lies.
Yeah.
But if you look at it, that this is like a small section, you can see a bump of 18 billion has just been snatched from nowhere. You have seen domestic borrowings of very huge amounts of money that is not approved by Parliament. It's not tied to any project. It's just going like that. Then you can now, when you go now to look at the global picture of the debt, I've demonstrated that all the Eurobonds in those years when they were borrowed, the budget was balanced, paid by taxes and loans approved in the budget, but somebody was taking the Eurobonds. Where has this $7 billion US gone?
Okay.
It's not in our records.
I want to hold on to this 18 billion that we talk about because essentially what we're saying is that 18 billion shillings has been spent.
Yes.
We do not know what it was spent on. It's saying that it was spent on salaries and remuneration, which normally is fixed. If that was the case, the number before that would have been something at least close to 20.
You have adjusted.
Would have been adjusted.
Yes.
That didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
We're seeing a couple of comments, and of course, we're bringing in our audiences to all of these conversations that we have. And one person has said, "What? Well, we hired 100,000 teachers, or we said to have hired 100,000 teachers along those lines in phases. Is it not possible that some of the new things that we are bringing in could attribute to this spend?"
No, there's no new thing being brought in. This 4 billion is projected to cover all those hirings, whatever. They don't hire outside whatever. It's not
after the
exactly. Yeah. So that's what was supposed to be projected to be sent at that point.
Right. So there is no explanation for this.
And please, Ministry of Health has its own, Ministry of Education has its own budget. TSC has its own budget. These ones are the charges of the consolidated fund. These are salaries like of judges. I think I need to clarify that. These are CFS salaries. Salaries of state officers.
Right, commissions.
You have not added judges. You have not added commissioners. You have not added anything, and their allowances. These are not salaries of the ordinary worker, like teachers, like whatever. No.
Yes.
These are salaries that are direct charges on the consolidated fund of state officers, not salaries of government employees.
Yes.
That's why there are only 4 billion.
Because if they were everybody else,
yes,
it would have
much
been
bigger.
much bigger.
Yeah, that's why there are only 4 billion. This is a fixed charge that doesn't even go to Parliament for approval. It's a CFS. A CFS stands for Consolidated Fund Services.
Why doesn't it go to Parliament for approval?
Because the Constitution has already said the salaries of judges and whatever will be paid from the Consolidated Fund. Direct. So Parliament only, when you look at Article 221 of the Constitution, I think it is Section 6, it says that after the estimates have been consolidated, Parliament shall make an appropriation act excluding these ones. In the constitution, you exclude this from the budget because there are non-figures, there are fixed figures, and have already been determined. Like repayment of debt, they say debt will be, if you go to Article 214, says that public debt will be a direct charge on the consolidated fund. So it doesn't require appropriation. The people have already appropriated.
The due date comes, it is forwarded.
Yeah, it is forwarded.
So it does not require any other activity.
So what you need to understand in this scam is that these are salaries of state officers, not even MCS, not even MPs. These are category of state officers whose salaries are a direct charge, like judges.
Which means
like commissioners.
Which means, Senator, if we were to spend the extra 18, that would have meant we see close to 4 times the number of new state officers.
Yeah, 4 times the number of new state officers. That's why I'm flagging it out as a big fraud on the people of Kenya. And it's here in plain sight.
Now, the monies that were collected by the Revenue Authority, as we have seen in this year so far, has been almost 1.4 trillion.
Yes.
And if we're seeing that monies that have been spent so far, the majority of that spend has gone towards the payment of debt. Because we know that's the first charge.
Yeah, about a trillion. About
a trillion has been spent on debt. Now, can we see who these debts were paid to?
Yeah, you can go down to most of these debts that were being paid. You need to look at another document that the Treasury usually publishes to show who the debts were. But when you go back to the original government, the original document that we were having, if you go back to that document, there's a place I have displayed, but I was making a different argument, which is on page 7 of the original document. That was external funding listed by donors for the 2014-2015 year. It's not the current one, it's the 2014-2015 year. So when you look at that, you'll see that the government of Belgium gave 800 billion in A&A, none in revenue, like that. It goes down and down. If you go further down until the end, it will tell you which ministry got what. Because under the Kenyan law, it's ministries which borrow.
Yes.
So the ministry comes up with its budget, with its proposal, then it's given, then it's consolidated at the Treasury and taken to Parliament for approval. But it's the ministries which borrow. So this one, this particular figure is given, and you can be able to know which debts are being paid by looking at the whatever. But the law is that all debts are a direct charge on the consolidated fund.
Should we be able to see very clearly that X amount of dollars came into Kenya, for example, under development, and these are the projects for which those dollars were spent?
Yeah, it's clear. It's clearly put out. In fact, when you look at the budget, you know the budget begins from the ground. It's a program-based budget in Kenya.
Yes.
So each of those borrowed loans are tied to projects, and you can see those projects. Whether the projects are executed well or not is a different thing. And I think I've been seeing some people, including my young friend Morara, has occasionally shown that the execution of this money was allocated in the budget, but this project is not running. That's a different story. Here we are looking at theft on the side of revenue, not on the side of expenditure. Theft through the budget. When you talk of budgeted corruption. Yes. So this money is usually approved, it's usually tied to projects, and you can be able to follow from the budget. You can go down and follow each project and audit it. And that's what the work the Auditor General is supposed to be doing. And so what I was looking here, what I was trying to demonstrate here is the fact that from my figures, Kenya does not have a debt.
How? You've just told us, Senator, that they have been under each, that ministries are the ones who borrow Kenya.
Yes.
And that you will then be able to see that monies having come in can be applied to different ministries, and that you will then be able to see in documentation what projects then received or would have received money.
Yes.
How do we then say that Kenya doesn't owe if you can see those lines?
Simple. The reason I'm saying that is very simple. From my research, you'll find that when President Kibaki left office, the public debt was about 2.7 trillion.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the various appropriation acts over the last 10 years, from 2014 to November 30th last year, 2024, you find that Parliament approved about 2.3 trillion, which really fits in our borrowing culture. 2.7 handed over from the 50 years.
Yeah, 2.3, yeah.
2.3 over the 10 years, a bit high, but reasonable. We borrowed that. So that puts at about 5 trillion shillings.
Okay.
That is our public debt. But when you go to the repayment structure, you find that we have paid 8 trillion. We have repaid our debt by 8 trillion over the last 8 years. Our repayment of debt is 8 trillion. If we borrowed 5 trillion,
who are we paying?
We have repaid 8 trillion. Factor in about 15% interest
rate. Yeah.
You'll find that we have paid 2.2 trillion
over
and above what we borrowed.
And still have a current debt of 13 trillion.
No, we have. I'm getting there.
Okay.
We have that 2.3 trillion that we have overpaid the debt by.
Yes.
Now, when you go to the Central Bank of Kenya records, they publish something called the Weekly Bulletin.
Yes.
When you look at the Weekly Bulletin that came out in December, giving us the data as per the last figures they had, they say we owe about 10.7 trillion. Okay? So here we have paid everything we owe in terms of the record, the proper record. Central Bank is saying we owe 10 trillion. So if I take the overpayment of the 2.3 trillion plus 10.7 trillion, I end up with a figure of 13 trillion as odious debt. Now, when I go back to compute the legs of the Eurobond and all these funny things that are borrowing outside the law, when I look at the statement, when I take the statement of revenue, the statement of actual revenue over the 10 years, and I also look at the budget that Parliament approved over the 10 years, and I subtract, I find that I can only account out of the 13 trillion, I can only trace 6.9 trillion in those figures. Another about 6.1 trillion is invisible, which means even the central bank is up to some mischief.
Let me ask, why do you say invisible?
Because you can't see where.
I can't see where it is. Central bank says our debt is 10.7 trillion. Okay? I've done the computation from what Parliament has approved and what was brought back. I've not interrogated whether the Kibaki debt was odious or not. I've taken it as a fact because it happened before the new constitution.
Okay.
So I've come to 2014. And remember, the 2013, when Uhuru came in, the 2013-2014 budget was done by Mwai Kibaki.
Yes.
And largely influenced by the old culture. So we come from 2014, 2015. That's the budget I'm beginning to interrogate from, using the parameters in the constitution. And that's the time when also you get that the Eurobond has come in under Uhuru.
Okay.
You see. So I begin to interrogate these things to say, now what is going on? How does the... And when you look at our constitution in Article 229, Clause 6, it requires the Auditor General to audit government accounts for lawfulness and effectiveness.
Right.
So using that parameter, lawfulness and effectiveness, I now come to audit the government books, to look at the government books and say, this year it was like this year it was like that. That's when I come out and find that we have overpaid our debt by 2.37 trillion. Central Bank claims in their own weekly bulletin that the debt Kenya owes is 10.7 trillion, which means the entire 10.7 trillion is an odious debt because you have already overpaid our debt. So I take this 2.3 trillion, I add to the 10.7 trillion, I get 13
which is
trillion.
Yes, right. Yeah.
Yes.
Which is the money that is odious. Then I take that 13 trillion and I say, okay, can I trace this 13 trillion from the records of the Treasury? Now, in the records of the Treasury, we look at, you see the document we looked at, that statement of the monthly statement of actual revenue and net expenditure.
Yes.
I take that document over the 10 years, the various, I get the total. I go back and I take the document that the budgets that the government has, the parliament has approved.
Yes.
Then I do the mathematics. Then I find that of the 13 trillion, I can only trace 6.9 trillion in the odious debt.
Yes.
Because the treasury records now...
Of the 13 trillion, only 6 trillion can be traced.
6.9.
So when you say trace, it means they went towards the functions for which they...
No, it was borrowed.
It was actually borrowed.
It was borrowed illegally. Okay. It's an odious debt. The things I've been showing you when we began.
Of the 13 trillion.
Yes, I can see the 13 trillion. Like when you see that bump of 18 billion, it can be seen in the treasury. That's a treasury record.
Yes.
So when you get all those funny things, you find that they come to 13 to 6.9 trillion. Now, which means that 6.1 trillion of the 13 trillion is invisible. Now, that's when you need to go back to the central bank and ask, Nanyini, have you also been incurring debt in your own way, in your own books in a funny way? What has this money been doing?
Because essentially what we're saying here, Senator, is that if 6.1 trillion shillings had been spent, if it had been appropriated, if it had been tagged onto something, you would see it.
Yeah. That's where the effectiveness part comes
in. You would see it. You would see these numbers.
Yes. But here it touches on the lawfulness of it because, first of all, how on earth did you go about getting this money?
Yeah. Because remember, the law of the land as well says anytime you borrow, it is tied to a specific project.
Yes, it is. It has to be.
Yes.
Well, beyond that, we're saying that in order for you to borrow, that it should have a development project. You can't borrow otherwise.
The simple law is this. For your daily expenditure, you want to pay salaries, you want to eat, you want to do whatever, the law says you must finance from your taxes.
Yes.
Cut your suit according to
your cloth.
Yes.
You see. But should you want to develop, because the development means you'll be generating income later, you are allowed now to borrow for capital, for asset acquisition. Yeah. So, but for these transactional things, you have to, that's your issue. And even repaying the debt is considered a recurrent expenditure. So it's not, you cannot borrow to pay a debt. The way President Ruto purported to claim that he borrowed a Eurobond to pay a Eurobond. You can't do that.
I want us to look into the details of Eurobond and what exactly it means. It's a term that we throw about every now and then. We'll do that in just a while. But let's look at that from what the naked eye can see. I keep asking this question, that let's not even talk about 6.1 trillion shillings, Senator. Let's say 1 trillion shillings. If you were to put 1 trillion shillings into the development agenda in any sector in this country, as the naked eye would see, would you not see or feel the effect of 1 trillion shillings in development in the country?
You could have seen that. And in fact, the whole picture, if you use that standard, the whole picture, that's, I think you are invoking at section 15, clause 2, paragraph C of the Public Finance Management Act, which says that government borrowings shall be used only for the purpose of financing development expenditure and not for recurrent expenditure. And then it goes on to define development expenditure as acquisition or replacement of assets. You see. So, when you come there now, when you take the global picture, that's, I think, if you look at my paragraph 16 on page 5, if you look at paragraph 16 on page 5, you find something very, very interesting to find when you now look at these things in terms of effectiveness.
Yeah.
So you find that we have spent 22 trillion shillings over that period, being 17 trillion in loans, 4 trillion in tax on development, purportedly. That means that in every year, if you divide that over the years, 22 divided by 10, you find that you have been spending 2.2 trillion on development.
And would you not see, if truly that was the case, according to these numbers, that's what it would mean, Senator. But if we were actually spending 2.2 trillion shillings every year on development, we would be Kenya would by now have fantastic infrastructure.
And now look at paragraph 18. That would be it should have given us 35 SGRs.
Yes.
22 trillion would mean Kenya would have built 35 SGR railways.
I think even when you talk about just a trillion that you're talking about, you're talking about 3 SGRs fully complete.
Every year. You see.
At the price that we were told it
at that price, which already was inflated.
Using 500, 500 billion. So this is how people are playing around with this country. And that's why when we go forward, we must fix our finances.
Why do I get the impression that this is a very rich country?
No, Kenya is very rich.
Jermaine, 2.2 trillion shillings you're spending on infrastructure development every year. You're very rich. The question then, before I wanted to, because in the next hour we'll be looking at the Eurobond now, because this is money that Kenya owes. 117 billion shillings is owed in a couple of years, and it's actually months when you look at it, and then graduated thereafter in terms of what the Eurobond actually means. But then there's the question of what the Auditor General flags over and over and over and over again and says effectiveness, lawfulness has not been adhered to. Why do the flags that the Auditor General hoists all the time, why are these not adhered to?
Because the Auditor General violates the Constitution.
She does?
There's this document I shared. Maybe if you can get that paper where she was saying commercial banks have... there's a newspaper article that I shared.
Yes.
I don't know if you have it, you can display it.
We do. We'll share it in the beginning of the next hour.
What I'm saying is that the Auditor General is supposed to audit for effectiveness, for lawfulness and effectiveness. She never does that. If you look at the Auditor General's reports, it always concludes that we cannot tell. We cannot tell. We cannot tell. And you see, an audit report is supposed to be a complete document.
It should be conclusive.
Yes. It should be conclusive. So the Auditor General chooses to be vague.
Let's take a break on that point and come back with what this vagueness actually then essentially would mean. The senator from Busia County says that the reports coming in from the Auditor General are vague and that she's actually violating the Constitution in regard to some of these numbers that we're talking about. It's an odious debt conversation that we're having this morning, and we'll come back after and continue with the good senator. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Lau. Ubaga, 4 family members have died in a grisly road accident that involved a saloon car and a school bus at Kagoya area along Siaya Nyadorera Road last night. The family members, including a father aged 47, his 2 sons ages 5 and 10, together with their house help, died on the spot following a head-on collision. Usonga location chief Paul Kanoti said the deceased was a businessman from Port Victoria and was driving his family home in a saloon car from Siaya towards Nyadorera when they met their untimely demise. The bodies have been moved to Siaya County Referral Hospital, awaiting a post-mortem. The government has unveiled a raft of new traffic regulations and committed to installing at least 1,000 breathalyzers, also known as alcoblows, on roads across the country in a crackdown on drunk driving. The measures come in the wake of a grisly road accident that claimed 15 lives on Saturday at Darajasita along the Kaplong-Kapkatet Road in Bomet County. Roads and Transport Cabinet Secretary Davis Chirchir, who visited Kaplong Hospital to condole with victims and families, expressed outrage over the incident, and others reported over the same weekend.
I visited Kaplong Hospital, and it is unacceptable that innocent Kenyans going about their business using public transport are put to such pain and anguish by irresponsible and careless drivers. Some who imagine they can drink and drive when they are carrying human in the population that we saw yesterday. The Ministry of Roads and Transport, through the State Department of Transport and the National Transport Safety Authority, we have developed necessary regulations and rules pursuant to the Traffic Act Cap 403 of the laws of Kenya. The 4 key regulation and rules which we'll be publishing this coming week are Traffic Rule for Drinking and Driving Rules 2025. We'll also issue regulations, Traffic Motor Vehicle Inspection Rules 2025, Operations of Commercial Service Vehicle Rules 2025, and Traffic School Transport Rules 2025.
And the 5 chiefs who were abducted in Mandera in February were dropped off at Ouagadougou at around 10:40 to 11:12 p.m. last evening by unknown men. The chiefs were set free after being held captive by suspected Al-Shabaab militants in Somalia. They were abducted while on official duty traveling to El Wak town to join the Deputy County Commissioner for a security meeting in preparation for President William Ruto's week-long development tour of the northeastern region. Celebrations are expected later in the day, even as the chiefs will give an account of their experiences during the abduction period. And finally, in the international scene, a second child has died from measles as an outbreak of the highly contagious virus continues to grow in western Texas. The school-aged child was not vaccinated, had no underlying health conditions, and was in hospital suffering complications from measles. U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has faced a backlash over his handling of the outbreak, visited Texas on Sunday in the wake of the death, which is the third overall in recent weeks. The southern U.S. state has reported more than 480 cases of measles so far this year as of Friday, a jump from 420 earlier in the week. The outbreak has extended to neighboring states. That's the News Wire. I'm La Obaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
It is a busy Monday morning and there's quite some traffic coming off of the Thika Superhighway, and it's coming in bumper to bumper, heavy through into the city. It's also beehive of activity on Kiambu Road today. Traffic coming in from the northern bypass is going to deliver some traffic as it gets towards Muthaiga Square. And then on Langata Road, folks have said we're not going to be left out of the party because it is bumper to bumper coming in all the way then from the southern bypass as well, doing that loop, getting onto Langata Road. There's traffic coming off of Magadi Road, and it's all finding its way to the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, and it'll all converge on Uhuru Highway getting into the CBD. Traffic coming off of Langata Road, I beg your pardon, off of Jogo Road going towards Landis. And there is some traffic also coming off of Waiyaki Way. Limuru Road is busy. Lower Kabete into Spring Valley. Everybody has come for Monday morning and trying to get your way into and out of the city today. As you get out of the city going into the Limuru direction, the fog is still pretty heavy, so you want to have your fog lights on. You will need them. Let's see what happens with traffic hour as we come through it, and we'll talk on Spice FM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Maybe if you could.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Whether it's groceries, fuel or luxury shopping, make every swipe count. The I&M Bank Milele Points gives you real rewards for your spending. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's a busy Monday morning. It's 7 minutes after 8 o'clock, and the Senator from Busia County is here with us this morning. Okello Mutata talking with us about many numbers that we should be able to find that we cannot, and a lot of money that Kenya says it owes, but the Senator saying actually we don't. And we're going to be looking to a number of issues. But before we do that, CT, you have some money in your pocket that we actually are allowed to use.
Not only are you allowed to use it, you see, the money in my pocket is one of these things that you consider a delightfully happy cycle. You spend, you earn points. In fact, the term Milele is good because it's continuous.
Yeah.
It goes on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on.
See?
That's what it does. Now, Milele Points is what I&M Bank offers you with its World Credit MasterCard. And I&M Bank are saying, look, if you go to the I&M Bank on the Go platform and register, that's what you get. But in addition to this, if you happen to be the 20th person to register, you also stand a chance of winning what? 50,000 Milele points. I didn't say it, but let me say it now. 1 Milele point equal to 1 shilling, which means 50,000 Milele points will equal 50,000 Kenya shillings. Yes.
Beautiful stuff. How
Lovely
do I get
stuff.
it? On the Go app.
On the Go app.
Okay, great. All right. Before we came, before we went on the break, we talk about the fact that, it is from the Auditor General whose job it is. She is her office holds the responsibility of reporting of government spend. We know that the control of budget essentially says, yes, you may go ahead and spend. Now, after you've spent, the Auditor General comes in and says, okay, this is how you have spent. This is the money that we can find. This is what we cannot find. She goes ahead to say, actually, you know what? Maybe it wasn't actually used, and she leaves it as that, according to what you've said. Because one would expect that if you didn't spend it right, and when an audit report comes in, there would be recommendations that would be made in terms of, number one, then tell us how you actually spent this money, or if you didn't, show us where this money is. Should those be coming from her office?
Yes, and even sending matters to law enforcement.
But what we did hear her say just a few weeks ago, she said to Parliament directly when she was actually before the Senate, and she said that it is then up to Parliament to do the rest. These are words she said.
Yes, but Parliament does not audit. When you give Parliament an incomplete statement that we cannot tell whether the money was used effectively or not.
And then
you see,
to you to
now Parliament is not an auditing body.
So
tell Parliament this money was lost.
So essentially you're saying that if it isn't conclusive in the manner that you suggested, then Parliament is crippled.
Yes.
What then do they pursue?
And Parliament has only 3 months to look at all the audits. You see, we should give us an audit. First of all, an audit report is supposed to be complete. A citizen like me should be able to use that report and act on it.
Should it not, then you're saying it should have action points, meaning given what I have documented, I recommend the following.
Yes.
Should she recommend?
She does not. She just says, Article 229 clause 6 says an audit report. Maybe I should just read it out.
Yes.
So that I don't paraphrase it. I read it out and we say, because it's very, very important to get to understand where the problem really is. And maybe as I look at this up, you could also be looking up the other thing. And to look up the it's a 229 clause 6. If I can look at my statement, it says, an audit report shall confirm whether or not public money has been applied lawfully and in an effective way. Shall confirm.
Okay.
She did not confirm.
She has never confirmed anything. She gives us woolly reports. Parliament is not an auditing arm. Confirm to us in that report that this money has been lost. Then Parliament can say, okay, take this action, do the other action. Or me as a private citizen, invoking Article 1, acting directly, can then act on that report.
Okay.
Because the audit report cannot be reopened by Parliament. Parliament does not audit.
So that means, Senator, you're saying that the audit report that is submitted is inconclusive.
It's incomplete.
Okay. So, and why this is important, essentially, if we look at the genesis from where we started this conversation, is that we've come from the place whereby there is a huge amount of money that is, and we're going to put it in inverted, that it is owed, quote unquote, owed by Kenya. And we also know that debt is the first charge on any kind of revenue for the country. That's the first charge.
Yes.
We also go to the place whereby over the last 10 years, it has been seen that there's quite a lot of money that has been borrowed, but it has not gone to what it's supposed to go to.
In fact, we are paying 82% of our taxes.
Right. So for
go
every
to debt.
So for every 100 shillings that Kenya earns,
yes.
82 of those shillings goes towards paying debt. And so you then have only 18 shillings that's supposed to do the rest of all of these things,
including paying salaries,
right? Paying salaries. So now, in order to find out if truly the money that is owed by Kenya to all these other different entities is actually owed, this information then must come from the Auditor General, because she and her office do this report for the nation. And that's what we look like in terms of the trajectory. Not only that, I'll read for you 229 clause 4, paragraph G. It says, within 6 months after the end of each financial year, the Auditor General shall audit and report in respect of that financial year on G, the public debt. The other day you saw the president putting together a task force to investigate public debt. What has been happening to this provision of the Constitution? You saw the other day the document I've shared. The Auditor General says, I have done a special audit over the last 10 years, and I've discovered about 1 point something trillion shillings in commercial loans cannot be traced. Were there no Auditor Generals over those 10 years? There were.
Okay. And why are you not auditing Ruto? The 10 years she has audited is Uhuru. If you are doing a special, why have you left Ruto out? That is politics. Why have you audited only Uhuru? Ruto has been in power for 2 years. Why are you not auditing him? So when the Auditor General begins playing politics with us and publishing funny figures, we should not allow it. And also there's no room for those kind of audits. The law is very clear. Within 6 months at the end of each financial year, the Auditor General shall audit and report in respect of the financial year on the accounts of the national and county governments, accounts of all funds and authorities, whatever. Where is she getting the power to do the 10 years audit she's trying to tell us she's doing? Where are the audit reports for those 10 years? Who was the Auditor General?
Because
why did he audit those things?
So for each fiscal year, of those 10 years, there actually should be an audit report on how the money was spent, and then what would then be recommended to be done should anything be out of trace. Okay.
The only value that thing that was published, the only value it has for us is to tell us that the Auditor General is not working. If you can come and tell us that, okay, we have looked at 10 years, now we have found that so much was missing. What were you doing in those years? Okay. This is an office with perpetual succession.
What's one to do? What is one to do? This is an office that is tasked with the responsibility essentially of being the accountant for government.
Yes.
What then do you do if you're saying constitutionally that the complete cycle of this office's job has not been met over and over and over again? And what it equates to is that trillions of shillings then are unaccounted for.
To disband that office, the entire office, and set it up afresh. That's when people realize the enormity of the problem we have. We cannot be taken around in circles and people are dying in this country. Kenyans are running out to be slaves. Today, if you got a ship from Europe and it stands in Mombasa and says slaves required in Europe, you will not have room on that ship. Kenyans will run and fill, and some of them will be PhD holders, will be engineers, will be doctors. We can't allow that to continue. And if there's any swamp to be cleared, that's the swamp. Public finance.
Yes. Now, Senator, if you look at within 6 months of the end of each financial year, the Auditor General shall audit and report in respect of that financial year on. And I just want to look at Part G, the public debt and the accounts of any other entity legislation required the Auditor General to audit.
Yes.
Now, if we talk about just the audit of the public debt in the country with regard to the report that has come from the Office of the Auditor General, what is she saying with regard to that? Leave alone the audit of projects that have been done and those that have not been done well. Just her audit report on public debt.
Well, there's another form of admission that it is a bit scattered, but she's sort of admitting that money cannot be accounted for. Yeah. There's an admission that money cannot be accounting for. That's what we agree on. But I'm saying that, why is it coming so late in the day after Kenyans are complaining and what have you? She's not playing politics. And then you go and give us a report covering Uhuru Kenyatta and you leave out Ruto.
But the odious debts that we speak of did not begin with Uhuru or Ruto, did it?
enormously began with the enormity of it is that our audience, our debt, up to when Kibaki left, was 2.7 trillion.
Yes.
Right now we're about 12 trillion, depending on according, and you have said it's about 12 trillion. Eh? Now that spike in borrowing has happened under the Jubilee government and under the Kenya Kwanza government. And that's why you see in my petition, I'm suing Uhuru Kenyatta for a recovery of about 4.6 trillion. And I'm suing William Ruto for a recovery of about 2.3 trillion. So that's how we come up with 6.9 trillion, 4.6 and 2.3. That is 6.9 trillion that I've been able to trace in the Treasury's books that was borrowed under their watch, under their command, outside the law, and it cannot be seen what it has done. And I'm saying, Mr. Ruto, Mr. Uhuru, give us back this money. And I've attached the officials there who are working with you, the cabinet secretaries, the PSs, and stuff like that. So I'm saying, Mr. Ruto, Mr. Uhuru, give us back this money. We need it. The 6.9 trillion, we need it. That's what I've been able to establish from the treasury side of things. But then, of course, as I said, this other 6.1, which is even to me still a mystery because it's now in the central bank side. I've not been able to, because the central bank doesn't publish its accounts as much as the treasury is doing. And also you'll find that to the benefit of people who do this, the treasury has tried to be faithful to in terms of publishing the accounts monthly. They do that. And they do a what's and all. They give us a what's and all image of what is happening.
So there's nothing hidden.
From the treasury side.
It is up to you.
It's up to us to decipher it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Senator, we talk about these matters, the reports that we get, and even the public document that you share to us. It's something that is in the purview of the public, and these reports are equally shared with Parliament.
Yeah.
Over the years that you talk about, the 10 years, we have had Parliament. Has Parliament been party to the misdeeds that is befalling Kenyans today?
In terms of criminal negligence, Parliament has been very negligent. Because if Parliament approved only 2 trillion, 2.3 trillion, and Kibaki, under the Kibaki Parliament had approved 2.7 trillion, that comes to about 5 trillion. And the executive has paid 8 trillion. And the Parliament is approving those payments. The Parliament should be questioning it. You see? But somebody's not doing their work. And then you see the other thing now, like for me, I'm a senator. And these people have short-circuited the Senate out of the budget. So I'm just an observer like any of us. I have no voice in these matters in Parliament, officially. I have no voice. So that's why I have to go to court and litigate.
It would appear that matters are a lot graver than, just figures on paper. And that we don't see the damage that essentially these funds missing would actually do. And usually when we want to be able to see a loss, we have to then look at what these kind of monies would then be able to do. And that's how we can actually see that if it was
But even look at simple things like on Friday, maybe that will help people think I'm not crazy. On Friday, I won a very big case. Whereby, you remember when the NIC Bank and the Commercial Bank of Africa merged?
Yes.
Under President Uhuru's regime. They gave them an exemption from paying tax on the merger, on the assets. Now, the assets were about 700 billion. The bank is right now about 900 billion shillings worth in assets. At the time, it was 700 billion when it merged to form one bank. It became the third largest bank in Kenya. Now, the tax was supposed to be 1.2% of those assets, which gives us 7 billion shillings, 7.4 billion shillings. Okay? Then the president, through Ukuru Yatani, gives himself a waiver. You see? So I went to court to challenge this thing. I said, how do you give yourself a waiver? What is the public interest here? So we have fought in court, and on Friday, 3 days ago, the court gave a verdict and agreed with me and says that waiver was illegitimate and the bank should pay the 7 billion shillings to the taxpayer.
Yes.
You see?
Okay.
So if that's a small transaction, that kind of money is being stolen from the public
on a regular.
you can understand these huge figures, how they add up. And remember that Kenya's budget is bigger than the budgets of all the other East African countries combined. This is how rich Kenya is.
So repeat that again.
Kenya's budget is bigger than the budget of the other East African countries combined, except maybe the DRC, which has come in the other day.
No, DRC is, yes.
Yeah. But if you look, take Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, Tanzania, South Sudan, Somalia, whatever, their budget, when you add those budgets together, does not reach the size of the budget of Kenya. That's how rich Kenya is. And so we have to get very serious with this country.
All right. I want us to look now at, because one of the things that keeps hitting Kenya in the face is the Eurobond issue.
Yeah.
We're looking at 117 billion shillings that's owed in less than 24 months. And that is not, like I keep saying, is not an abeg kind of thing. You won't say, give me till next month. It's due, right?
Yeah.
Now, I want us to do a little bit of helping us understand a little bit more about the Eurobond and what exactly a Eurobond is. There are many of us who use this term and not quite sure. We just say Kenya owes on the Eurobond. First of all, let's start there and let's look at those numbers and essentially what those funds that came as a result of the Eurobond float then were used for.
So the Eurobond is just a market for commercial loans that issues bonds and to governments and other corporates, and it's usually dominated in these hard currencies. So you can go and buy. It's a commercial loan sort of market, a market for commercial loans. It's not like the bilateral loans that governments can negotiate with other governments and get favorable terms. So it's a commercial loan that you go and borrow. And basically that is what we are dealing with, that we have gone to this market and borrowed this money. But the Eurobond, we have to understand another thing is that before they went for the Eurobond, again, these are now the crime that Parliament committed. When you look at the Constitution, Article 206, it's very clear that all money raised by government must be deposited in the consolidated fund.
Yes.
Or in a fund set up by Parliament. It's excluded from the consolidated fund. Now, they went ahead and amended, I think, Section 57 of the Public Finance Management Act and introduced capacity for government when it borrows this money to keep this money in offshore accounts. You see? That the cabinet secretary can choose to keep the money in an offshore account. Now, that's Parliament now doing that, undermining the constitutional requirement. So right now, you can borrow money and keep it offshore, purported to pay people offshore.
And our constitution allows it?
No. By the Public Finance Management Act, the amendments that were made in the Finance Act of 2015 Finance Act, 2014 Finance Act, there was a clause that was inserted in the Finance Act to amend the Public Finance Management Act so that the executive can borrow money offshore and open accounts offshore and keep that money in the offshore without bringing it here. Now what comes here is the debt, not the money.
And according to our laws, up until that amendment, stipulated that monies borrowed must find its way to the consolidated fund.
Yes.
All of it. So that Parliament can then appropriate it and the control of budget can supervise how it is used.
Yes.
But now we borrow money, keep it out. The oversight institution of Parliament, the oversight institution of the control of budget have no access to that money. There's no oversight they can do. So the executive now runs its own show. The money is up, and whether those accounts are being used for the public good, you have no way of telling it.
But that is a very good thing, though. It is a very good thing. Because if it came into the consolidated fund, it would then form a cluster with all very many other funds that we have in the country. But for purposes of understanding an odious debt, have they not provided us with the perfect platform where we can determine? Because if it is in that account, we know it didn't reach here.
Yes.
But we know it was borrowed.
Yes.
So where did it go to?
That's one of the things we're asking.
And how can you tell Kenyans to pay for it?
Yeah, can you pay for it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they have actually, it is a wonderful thing that they have done.
Yeah.
Yes, because now one doesn't have to grapple with looking at details of, okay, there was this consolidated fund, there are all these monies in it, so this one, where does it feature? But they have separated it for us.
Because even remember, the law says you only borrow for development purposes.
Yes.
So here's a question where you've borrowed, it's in offshore account, and ostensibly to be used to pay our debtors.
Oh, this is very good.
So, even as we look at all of these, we're looking at these numbers, one would ask the question that when you put such figures in this documentation, and I'm still using the 18 billion shillings as an example, and that when it is clear that some money actually didn't actually touch ground zero, ground zero being Kenyan accounts, it seems pretty obvious that that money is not available. You cannot see it.
Yeah, you can.
But they did. It seems as though this was done based on the fact that or rather based on the expectation that Kenyans actually will not read. And even if they did, they will not understand. And it seems as though these things were then hidden in plain sight, because the likelihood of anybody turning over the rock then is very low. It seems genius, because that's a way for you to be able to get away with murder, essentially.
Yeah, it is. And that unfortunate thing that it turns into deaths in this country. It turns into kids not being able to access education. Look at the mess in the universities now. It turns into us having dilapidated infrastructure. It turns into Kenyans being very, very desperate and not happy. They're just struggling. People are just living in poverty, extreme poverty. And then there's just a clique of suckers who are just sucking money out of this country, and they call themselves leaders. And they go around and they engage in a lot of tamasha to mesmerize us with all the opulence and what have you. So these are the things that we need to deal with. But when you talk of money being kept abroad, there's also another thing that has also come up.
Oh no!
In terms of the budget, and this one is in the budget, and this one's not being pushed by Western countries themselves. This thing called appropriation in aid is also another violation of Article 2, Clause 6, whereby loans, if you could look at page 7 of my document, you can see that table 4. Page 7. Page 7, page 7, page 7, page 7. Yes, table 4, page 7. Look at paragraph 22. Paragraph 22 there.
There, okay.
Yeah. Now you look at now this one is an extract from the development expenditure for 2014-2015 financial year. I've just extracted it where it is and pasted it here. Now look at it is headed the thing in the document, the government document, the budget book, from the budget book, 2014-2015 budget book. The heading in the budget book is table 3, details of external funding listed by donors. That's table 4. Now, the first column has loan number.
Yes.
The second column has got lenders. The third column has got loan, then it's broken into A in AIA and revenue. Then there's the total amount. Now, AIA means appropriation in aid. It means the donor does not give money to Kenya. The donor gets people to come and do work in Kenya.
Yes.
Okay? So, like, if you look at the government of Belgium, the Ministry of Education and whatever, you find there is 800 million, that's given. But there's no revenue. No revenue is coming to Kenya.
So money didn't actually come into Kenya?
No, it didn't actually come.
Yeah.
So the Belgians are saying, okay, we'll come into work in your country.
Yeah.
Show us where we can do this.
Yes.
It's like I'm lending you money to come and buy from my kiosk.
Yeah, but you're going to pay me back.
Yeah,
but I didn't actually give you the money.
Yeah. But how am I benefiting? My people are coming to work. I'm employing them.
They're getting paid.
I'm doing all those. I have no control
They're paying
on the
taxes
costs.
back home.
I have no control on anything. Parliament has got no say. So you'll find that it then goes to that. And when you run down, the government of Italy is 180 million. You go down and the total figure at the bottom on page 10 is 100 billion in A, that's the loans we are getting. Only 36 billion is cash given to Kenyans for us to plan with or whatever. So at a total of 136 billion. Is the out of 136 billion, 100 billion does not come to Kenya.
But you're paying it back.
But you're going to pay, that brings just the loans are coming here. But you're paying it back. So we have got no control on the cost, we have no control on anything. They say, okay, so as you are planting, you shall come and plow and plant maize and harvest for you and do whatever. And then you'll pay us.
Okay, I need to understand. Okay, we're going to take another break, because I think it's necessary to breathe lest you burst something. But the truth here, so when we talk about MOE, we're looking at Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum and such.
Yeah.
So what we are saying is that if you borrow 136 billion, like we've seen has happened here, only about 36 billion shillings have you been able to see that actually comes in money that has been received across ministries.
Yes.
100 billion shillings is money that is paid to nationals of these different countries when they come in and do the work. They come in and they give their expertise, as it were. You talk about consultants coming in to do 1, 2, 3. So when we actually see that they come here and they have these meetings, or like if the president goes out on a state visit, for example, and says, we have been able to have consultations whereby there will be development partnership between country X and Kenya, this is essentially what we're talking about.
You're talking about.
So when we are saying that loans have been secured to the amount of 100 billion shillings, that money is not coming here.
Coming here.
But Kenya is paying it
Kenya
back.
is paying it.
Now, is it possible to have conversations around this kind of borrowing that doesn't hinge on this kind of behavior? Because it is clear that it is keeping Kenya in a position of poverty, number one, and it's making it very easy for a lot of these funds to be misappropriated.
Yeah, and when you come and look at the various budgets and you look at the administrative component of these loans, which are paid to the nationals of these countries, is mind-boggling. So it's one area of massive theft, massive looting from our country by our development partners.
And should Kenyans be asked to pay that money back?
We should, but now, of course, this particular one is unfortunately in the budget Parliament has approved. So it's just Parliament which has not done its work to say, why are we doing this? But Parliament has approved this particular one. This one we have to pay. It's not an odious thing or anything, but it's an arrangement that is detrimental to this country. Because when you look at these loans, over 50% goes to administration, which means these people are living a luxurious life, they are going to these big hotels, they are doing then about a very small section then comes to the development itself.
Right.
Let them give us the money, we pay our people at the salaries that are commensurate in Kenya, we do our development. Or they keep this money. That's the position you have to
don't
reach.
loan it.
Don't loan it, because we are just being looted.
It's 25 minutes to 9 o'clock. The senator from Busia County, Okello Matata, is here this morning, and we're looking at some of these issues. He says, don't loan it. If you can actually give it to Kenya, and then we show that it's actually going somewhere to do something for Kenyans, keep your money.
Yeah.
Keep your money. 25 to 9. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny conditions in Nairobi at 16, and it's 16 and sunny in Nakuru with 16 and partly sunny conditions into Nyeri. Eldoret is cloudy at 14 with 25 and partly sunny conditions in Mombasa. At 26, it is sunny in Malindi. 20 and cloudy into Kisumu with cloudy conditions at 17 in Kakamega. Rain showers continue in Kampala at 19, while Dar es Salaam at 24 is mostly sunny. It is clear at 14 into Johannesburg with sunny conditions at 27 in Mogadishu, and it's sunny at 15 in Addis Ababa. Ababa, partly cloudy at 28. In Lagos with 23 and clear conditions in Kinshasa.
Spice FM. Nyeri. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice
23 minutes to 9 o'clock. So I mean, it would be if we're having a conversation on these numbers and we're looking at the real state of things, then it's possible that there's high stake espionage going on here, economic espionage going on here, and then the questions are, we can look at the numbers, Senator. We can say that there are gaps. We can say that there are problems here with misappropriation or mismanagement, or at the very, very least, misreporting. And we can talk about those and we can compare them to the things that we see that are not going right. Whether you want to talk about people living in abject poverty, whether you want to talk about, systems that you've set in place just not working because the money that should be sent to make sure that these things work is not happening. We can talk about all of that and we can establish that. But then the question is, what do? We must have conversations that are pointing towards solutions. And so what must happen? Because it seems to be a song that has been sung. You've gone to court, you've petitioned, you've asked for certain things to be done. I mean, your guess is as good as mine in terms of what's going to happen with the ruling that came out on Friday. That will we actually see that 7 billion shillings returned to the taxpayer? Or is it going to be an assumption that court orders are a suggestion? So what should be done in terms of moving forward?
I think what we need to do is very simple, is to implement the Constitution. Kenyans must come up and look at Chapter 12 and demand that Chapter 12, which is on public finance, is implemented to the letter, including separating the Treasury from the Ministry of Finance, so that, as contemplated in the Constitution, politicians don't have control of public money. The president should not have control of public money. Put all this money into the consolidated fund. Let the Law Society come up and help us clean out the laws, like those sections of the Public Finance Management Act that are letting people hide money out. Let them come up and help us clean out those sections and allow for, and allow for proper fiscal discipline to take place. Let us set up a sovereign wealth fund. We begin saving. Kenya is a country that should be giving loans to the IMF, not borrowing from the IMF. Kenya should give loans to the IMF, not borrow from the IMF. That's where we should be heading to. This country is heavily blessed. This country is heavily rich, right from the human resource to the natural resources. So let us get back and take control of Chapter 12 of the Constitution, implement that chapter to the letter, control public finances, and let those people who stole this money be held to account. Let us recover this money from wherever it is. It comes back here. There are many ways of recovery. We can give the Uhuru regime an amnesty. We can give the Ruto regime an amnesty and say, within this time, return this money. We shall do nothing about it to you. We proceed ahead. But we need to sit across the table with each other, look each other in the eye and say, this is an existential threat to this country. And either we want Kenya to stop existing as a sovereign state, where we shall be under the debt burden and shall be slaves, or we want this country to be the free land of the people who are sovereign and who can manage their own affairs and who can stand up to any in the world. We have to make that choice. Either we want to be slaves or we want to be free people. And if we want to be free people, we must sit across the table and say, where did the rain begin beating us and how do we dry ourselves now that we are soaking? Yes.
Is it possible to trace? I mean, we talk about having a footprint across board. The money that is not seen, can it be traced down to the individuals who made the order for certain monies to be moved from point A to point B? Is that possible?
Very possible. And it's a question of political will. And that's why Kenyans have now to take their politics very seriously and see whom do they give power to govern. And if they give power to the right person to govern, he'll be able to fix these things. It's called for political will, and that political will that understands politics as a call to service. Politics as a call to service. If that understanding is made, then we'll be able to get to a point whereby whatever happens, Kenyans will be able to recover themselves. And we have also to begin defining our friends. A lot of these people, countries we call our friends, are just our enemies that are stealing from us.
Let me ask this question. If we can legally prove the wrong that has been committed in the acquisition of these debts, would it give us an adequate platform from which to start a softer way of looking at it, renegotiations?
First of all, there's a whole doctrine of odious debt. It's called the doctrine of odious debt in international law.
Yes, it's by somebody called Alexander Nahum Sack.
Yes.
Yes.
And it begins with when the Americans kicked the Cubans and then the Spaniards out of Cuba.
Yes.
The Spaniards had shackled Cuba with debts. And so they said, okay, Americans, you are the new masters, you pay these debts. Americans said, we are not going to pay debts that do not benefit Cuba. You took these debts to benefit yourselves, and Cuba cannot pay it. And that's how the doctrine of odious debt begins. And recently in Mozambique, if you heard of the tuna gate, the tuna scandals, with the Eurobonds that were involved, were secured on tuna prospects, civil society groups in Mozambique were able to go to the High Court of Mozambique, and some went to the European Court, and they got orders that said that debt was odious, and the people of Mozambique should not pay. Some of these things we have to litigate, and that's why I've gone to court on this 13 trillion, trying to ask our High Court to declare it as an odious debt. Then from there we begin negotiating. Do Kenyans pay an odious debt?
In fact, the SAC doctrine of 1927 can be summarized quite simply. There are 3 points that one looks at. Whether this particular debt was incurred with public consent. If it wasn't,
yes.
Whether it was used for public benefit. Thirdly, whether the lenders knew or should have known that the funds would be misused.
Yeah, the obligation of the defender, the duty to care by the lender.
Yes, exactly.
The duty to care.
Now, in our case, from everything we presented, these are things that can be proved.
The three of them, for all the three.
Yes, they can be proved.
Yeah, and when you talk about it being proven, there's now the aspect of the law that you say we must respect and uphold and implement the Constitution, which then brings about the institutions that the Constitution gives. Yes. Now, here we talk about the Attorney General as the chief advisor of the government. What are some of the agreements that the government enters with those that gave us this debt? Now, LSK, in terms of shaping up the entire legislation and making sure that people do not take advantage of the loopholes in the law. Now, we talk about the CS of Treasury. What kind of engagements does he have on behalf of the government and making sure that policy is put in place to make sure that Kenya is not stolen from, as well as CBK? You say CBK as well in its report seems to be having loopholes in it. How do we seal that from the government perspective? But then again, we go back to Parliament. Who are the people who audit these reports and go through them? How then do we ensure that all these institutions play ball in the same courtyard for the benefit of the people of Kenya? I think that summarizes what needs to be done.
Yes, I think so. But there's a wake-up call for all Kenyans.
You know, Dennis, what you say is absolutely true. It will be part of the entire process of understanding odious debts and dealing with it.
Dealing with it, yes.
One of them, again, will be restructuring of our financial systems.
Yeah.
Because in the absence of that, these are things that can be perpetrated again. Remember that little loophole that was brought in? That little loophole. It is one of these hidden blessings that we have. Because in bringing that loophole...
I like the way you're looking at it.
Yes, it is. Because they went and exposed this thing in ways that nobody else could have exposed it. How do you take money from a sovereign state which has a system through which it receives money, create a new one that is opaque? How can that stand in the bright glare of any legal process? Does that not seem to indicate nefarious intent?
I mean, even say that we are borrowing money But people who are implementing the projects that will benefit the people of Kenya are the lenders themselves. I mean, how do we pay citizenry who are not Kenyans and they pay taxes back to their country?
By the way, when it comes to borrowing from other countries, let me explain this to you. It's actually an economic question, and the response is also economic. When people give you a grant, or grant mostly, it doesn't involve money directly. It involves equipment, it involves personnel. It's part of the loan. Now, it has been the practice for the longest time, but this goes back to our negotiators. The people who we've asked that question here many times. Who are these people?
Who are the people who are sent to negotiate on part of the behalf of the country?
Because when you look at the outcome, you have to ask, what on earth did we negotiate?
Or did you go in intentionally with, did you go with that intent to bungle the thing?
And that's the failure. One of the big elephant in the room is the professional organs. The professional bodies. Like something happened in Uganda the other day that really excited me. There was a judge who was very corrupt, but the system protected this judge. The Law Society of Uganda withdrew the practice license.
If you're not going to sack him, let's now not make it possible for him to practice.
So he can't practice.
He can't practice. You see, so if our professional bodies were to crack down on the Attorney General, you are the Attorney General of Kenya, you are a member of the Law Society. Okay, you are an advocate. How did you sign on to this? You are an engineer. You're a member of the Engineer Society of Kenya, whatever it's called. How did you certify this road?
Okay.
How did you do this? So if the professionals stand up, that's the prophetic voice. In the Bible, in the old system, we used to have the priest, the king, and occasionally the prophet. So the prophetic voice today is the professional who should come up and say this is substandard.
But where the problem arises, Senator, is that many of these professionals are complicit. So there are certain things you cannot do without the input of professionals. You cannot.
Almost everything.
Yes.
You can.
So if they're complicit, do you think they're going to sit back and allow the process that we're talking about to take place? They will fight it. If you are the Attorney General, do you really think, because everything we are saying comes back to, all right, we signed off on this. The Attorney General is the advisor of the government on these legal matters. Did they not understand the laws that pertain to these things and the pitfalls that we were hurtling towards? How did they allow us to pen our names on behalf of the citizens of this country on such a thing? How?
You see, like I'm having an issue in my county. The governor and this group decided to deny me access to source documents and what have you. So we are litigating against him because I want to be able to access source documents of the document. I don't want to go out and talk to at funerals and entertain people that, hey, the governor is this, the governor. I want to have this kind of data. So I would deny me source documents. I'm in court trying to get the source documents. But outside that, I've decided to do some audit, and I've been able to access the vote book from the IFMIS and what have you. When you go through these documents and you look at Auditor General's report, you really get sad.
Why?
Because what has come up to my eyes is that about 4 billion shillings in the financial year 2022-2023 in Busia cannot be accounted for. What has been misappropriated?
It can't be accounted for.
Cannot be accounted for or will not be accounted for?
Well, to be accounted for, will must be. If they do not take this course, somebody will go to jail.
Yes.
You see something like tea and snacks in the governor's office.
Tea and snacks.
Yeah, was given about 3 million shillings in the budget. Okay. But when you look at the payment, if you look at the IFMIS vote book, the tea and snacks as a code has been paid 5 times just by changing the code. The title remains tea and snacks, but the code has been changed by 1 digit or 2 digits. They paid 5 times and they pay over 20 million.
For tea and snacks.
So which turns to about 2 million shillings on mandazi in a month.
A lot of tea and mandazi.
So these kind of things are there. And when you do all through them, but when you go and look at the Auditor General's report, she never examined the vote book. She didn't even follow the law when I was auditing, because the law requires that the accounting officers, the individual heads of the various ministries, should send their report by 30th of September.
Yes.
Then the Minister for Finance in the county consolidates also the reports and makes their summary and sends their report to the Auditor General. Now you look at the audit of Busia, there are no reports from the individual ministry, so you cannot see what I can build this. So there's this sanitized report that has come from the global one that has come from the office of the finance minister.
Yes.
It's the one that is being interrogated. When you look at it, it's not containing a lot of money that has been raised in the county. And then the auditor goes and clears it. You see. So when you look at the statement of when you look at the statement in that audit report, the statement of pending bills. From I don't know whether it was a mistake or whatever, but the report that the auditor has approved. You look at that statement, you find that Busia County, if you put that statement on a spreadsheet, Busia County has overpaid pending bills by 44 million.
Has overpaid.
Okay.
And yet
they are claiming they have pending bills of 1.9 billion.
You see, when we talk about this, because to really speak in terms of the gatekeepers, but when you talk about the ministry submitting their reports, which begs to ask the question, where are members of the county assemblies? Because they're also sleeping on the job. I mean, it's a question of each and every single person just playing their role and making sure that right is done.
County assemblies, from what we have seen, cannot be relied on to play an oversight role. Because if they were,
yet they should.
Some of these audit queries we keep, they are the ones who raise these audit queries long.
And I don't have the signature. Me as senator, I have no signature in the county. I have no power really in the county.
Yes.
It's the MCA who has got the power to approve the budget.
Yes.
Who has the power to do the supplementaries.
Yes.
Who signs on everything. But then you find that it's not there. But for Busia, I'm keen to get to the bottom and to make it an example of how a county should be run. And I'm working on that diligently. And I hope that I'll win my case and get the source documents so that I can weave my rag.
There's something that I hear from everything that you're saying, Senator, and that is our members of parliament actually have the tools with which they can actually audit the financial goings on in this country. The auditor's report would assist, but the committee in parliament that deals with the finance could access the same source documents as you do and would be able to even query and interrogate the auditor's report from a position of knowledge. But is this what happens?
No, it doesn't.
So the complicity of parliament is actually enhanced.
Yes.
Because if you neglect to carry out your duties in the fullest manner that you can, if one accuses you then of criminal negligence, they are right to do so.
It is criminal negligence. Because people die.
I am looking at countries that have actually had cases of odious debt and have won. There are quite a number actually. The US case in 1898, the Treaty of Paris is what declared that. They said, this thing, you're not paying it. Costa Rica in 1923. South Africa in post-apartheid. They argued that money that was acquired by this apartheid regime, forget it, we are not going to pay this thing. It was negotiated. If you look at Iran, some people said this thing at Saddam Hussein acquired this on our behalf. We're not paying. Ecuador, we're simply saying, and then we come to this continent, we look at Mozambique, cases have been won. And winning here means whatever it is that was claimed you should pay, you did not need to pay. And that's when the negotiations came in. Now, our case, when you look at the details, my goodness gracious me, do we have a case?
We have a very strong case.
Yes.
But you need political will.
Yes.
You need political goodwill.
There's so many things that
must elect the correct politicians.
Right. There's so many things that bleed one into the other, Senator. And even as we talk about the oversight role that certain bodies play, there's something you mentioned earlier, and you talked about just being a mere observer. But we know, for example, that the role of oversight falls squarely in Parliament, namely the House of Senate. So do we see as robust an effort as is necessary for some of these things that we talk about?
And that's why I went to court, because my governor says I cannot give you source documents. Wait for the document. Wait for the Auditor General's report. And I say I'm elected to represent the people of Busia.
Yes.
Article 1, Auditor General is Article 229, but Article 1 says the people have donated power to me as a representative.
Yes.
So I want to be able to, in real life, to see that If you are going to do a borehole, like right now, there's a place called the Kapina in my place. I got a report that they are equipping a dry borehole. A borehole is supposed to be 200 meters. You go and you wait for the rains to come. Then the surface water accumulates somewhere on the rock. Then you drill a well that is 40 meters.
And
Then you pump. Then you equip it. Then the women dance for you, as they usually do. Then you go, you say, you have done a borehole. When the sun comes, kidogo,
that water is gone.
Yeah. For me to do an audit of that borehole, I want to know what are the source documents? What was the contract? How many meters was this person supposed to drill? And how many meters did the person drill? So that when I now come to the Senate, I have that information. And now I can even ask the Auditor General and say, during your audit, and I write to the Auditor General.
Yes.
I say, during your audit, go and look at this thing. Like in the last audit, there was a jalopy that was bought. That was bought in terms of supplying the county. The people who are receiving at the last administration refused to receive it. Then the new government comes in. They pay for that thing
again.
Yes, 13 million shillings. Yes, but when you go to Isuzu, Kenya, the vehicle brand new is 5 million.
Wonderful.
A jalopy have paid 13 million. Now, at least that one, because of my complaint, the governor, the auditor has flagged it and captured it. But I wrote a letter saying, can you look at this thing? You see. Now, if there was a way that, and you see, the sad thing that I'm a senator, and I'm crying about accessing documents in my county, I've gone to court to look for orders to be allowed, and yet we're supposed to having open governance where these documents are on the internet.
Yes.
Our time is coming to an end, Senator, and I hear you say, no, please don't be sorry, because, it seems like it's not enough for us to be able to exhaust all of these things, but there must be something in terms of a drop message that has to come out from you today.
No, I think that the salvation is the rule of law. Let us take time to understand our law and demand that those who govern us using the law.
And we are fortunate that we actually have the laws.
Yeah, we're very fortunate.
That can actually support what it is that is being said. We do. We are actually fortunate. We do have laws. Yes.
The Senator from Busia County has been our guest this hour, looking at all of this. It's a lot. And I think even those 2 hours sometimes is not enough for us to look at these things. It's necessary for them to come out in the open so that we are aware of what is going on. And then it gives an impetus for something then to be done about it. I want to thank you very much for being in the hot seat this morning. We look forward to further conversations with you.
Thank you.
Asante sana.
Be blessed.
Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Auditor General Nancy Gathungu has once again questioned how several constituencies spent bursaries amounting to millions of shillings that are not accounted for. In a report for the year ending June 2024, Gathungu said the constituencies had failed to provide crucial documents to support payments sent to secondary schools and tertiary institutions. A review of more than 50 NGCDF payments and earthed bursaries issued, but with no crucial information to auditors, such as a list of beneficiaries in secondary schools, check dispatch registers and acknowledgement letters from recipient schools. Among the constituencies are Mbere South, represented by Bernard Miruki, Balambala Shurui Abdi, Baringo North, Joseph Makilap, Bamochoge Chache, Alpha Miruka, Rongai, Paul Kibet, Samburu West, Naisula Lasuda, Lafi Abdiraham Muhammad, and Baringo Central Joshua Kandie, among others. In Bere North, for instance, the report queries over 56.7 million shillings spent on bursaries, 35 million of which went to secondary schools and 21.7 million to tertiary institutions. The Orange Democratic Movement is to start its grassroots elections today. Party Secretary General Edwin Sifuna said the grassroots elections are designed to inspire active community involvement, fostering a sense of ownership and responsibility among citizens regarding their governance. Yesterday in Kisumu, a concerted effort led by local MPs, including Kisumu Central MP Joshua Oron, focused on rallying residents to engage in this democratic exercise. Oron emphasized that the initiative aims to boost voter awareness and counteract the prevalent apathy often associated with grassroots elections. Tomorrow's elections will occur at the ward levels, while branch elections are scheduled for April 9th. 4 family members have died in a grisly road accident that involved a saloon car and a school bus at Kagoya area along Siaya Nyadorera Road. The family members, including a father, his 2 sons, together with their house help, died on the spot following a head-on collision last night. Usonga Location Chief Paul Kanuti said the deceased was a businessman from Port Victoria and was driving his family home in a saloon car from Siaya towards Nyadorera when they met their untimely demise. The bodies have been moved to Siaya County Referral Hospital awaiting a post-mortem. Busia Senator Okello Omtata has criticized the government's approach to borrowing and financing its operations without proper transparency. Speaking on SpiceFM, Omtata, who is also an activist, said budget projections have been lacking transparency and that Kenyans only know the government's borrowing levels and budgets but cannot understand how the funds are being spent.
The Parliament approved 571 billion to be borrowed, but look at the executive and the supplementary have revised it to 593. Who gave them the power to do that? Now look, I need to show you one thing. The CFS 52, the third item, salaries, allowances and miscellaneous. Now salaries, allowances and miscellaneous are usually fixed figure.
Yes.
And here it is, the initial estimate is 4.209, 674, 431. Adjustment remains the same figure.
Yes.
But how much has been paid?
22
billion. What was happening around this time in Kenya? This is the time when Raila was running for the AU seat.
The 2 suspects arrested after being found in possession of several cartons of assorted illicit brews and contraband cigarettes, all valued at 2.9 million shillings, are set for arraignment. Nakada officials led by Nicholas Koskei say they raided Nyamonye Market in Osigu, Siaya County, in the business premises, rental houses and the homestead of a notorious drug dealer following a tip-off from members of the public. Koskei says they managed to confiscate 4,600 sticks and 11 brooms of bhang, 8 cartons of export cigarettes, 237 cartons of second-generation liquor and 4 cash safes believed to contain proceeds from the illegal business. Francis Ocheng and Evelyn Atieno were taken to Bondo Police Station. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, let's take a look at what traffic looks like at about right now. And it's still pretty busy as you're coming off of a Thika Superhighway, but now contained to Survey and then through towards the Pangani underpass. There is a little bit of traffic still left on Kiambu Road. And all of this in stride. Jago Road going towards Landis is still pretty busy, and we still see some traffic coming off of Langata Road. So that's going to take some time to get rid of, essentially. Some traffic coming off Magadi Road still spilling over towards Langata Road. We are still in traffic hour for all intents and purposes. And also coming off of the Eastern Bypass, which you've not had a chance to look at really quickly this morning, going towards North Airport Road and the Cabanas interchange. Traffic still there this morning. So talk to us and let's try to keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Don't just spend, earn while at it. The I&M Bank Milele Rewards makes every swipe count. Earn every point on every purchase and redeem them for flights, shopping and more. Plus, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Coming in at 8 minutes after 9 o'clock into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, coming off a quite steamy one this morning, and keeping abreast of these issues necessary for us to continue to have these conversations no matter what. And our live streams are still up on Facebook, on YouTube and on X. And we get into another conversation this morning, and just as we tell you what that is, CT, magic.
Well, magic comes in many forms. Magic that is in the realm of the unseen, and magic in the realm of something you can witness and you can also experience. That actually is what the World Credit MasterCard by I&M Bank does. It allows you to spend while earning points as you spend. The points you earn are called Milele points, meaning they go on and on and on and on and on. Now, the way you register for this card is you go to the I&M on the Go platform. Now, this platform will enable you to register. Should you be the 20th individual who is registering, you then have an opportunity. Let me just pause there. 1 Milele point equals 1 shilling. Now, I'll continue where I left off. Should you be the 20th individual to register, you stand a chance of winning 50,000 Milele points. 50,000 Milele points is equal to 50,000 Kenya shillings, which you can spend. And spend it on what? Well, spend it on what you normally spend money on. Whether you want to shop, whether you want to fuel a vehicle if you have one, whether you want to buy a ticket to fly with, etc., etc. Yes.
Fantastic stuff. And we're getting into a conversation this hour where in the initials things seemed rosy. They seemed like they were going to make a lot of sense, and then after that they didn't. And representing a conversation, unfortunately a situation that many people in the country find themselves in today. Joining us for that conversation today is Maureen Kamau, and she's been the victim of quite a number of things. But before we get into that, we're just going to tell you, Maureen, good morning and welcome to the Situation Room.
Thank you so much.
You're in the hot seat of the Situation Room today and dealing with something that, like we said, is not very pretty, but we're going to get into that for the purposes of sharing information, for finding reprieve, and also hoping that nobody else gets stuck in such a situation again. And that's why we have the conversations that we do in the Situation Room. But we'll get to that in just a minute. CT goes around Africa every week. He comes back from a different African country with a week full of proverbs. He's going to share the proverb, and we would like you, as you get into the seat, to tell us what you think of the proverb and how you would interpret it. Is that all right?
Okay.
All right.
Yes, we are in the Republic of Zimbabwe, one of the richest countries on the planet, and yet, because of what I will refer to as the curse of the African continent, has not been able to realize that potential to the benefit of its citizenry. We will be looking into the details of this particular country, its origins, its greatness, the diminishing aspects of it, and so forth. The proverb: until the lion tells his side of the story, the story will always glorify the hunter.
What do you think?
There is more to what you see and what you perceive than what it is on the ground.
You have put it beautifully. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well done on that. So, there's been a lot that's been happening to you, and we're not going to preempt that. We want you to tell us essentially what's happened. We know that there have been a number of things, been moved from Kenya to another country in search of a job, and then even while there, it became a different story. And this represents the same situation that many a Kenyan find themselves in the current times which we deal with. Last week, we saw a number of people who've been brought back from Myanmar, and we saw the second airlift of those individuals coming back, where they had been promised jobs and they went there and they entered into, number one, a human trafficking ring, number two, then one which was essentially scamming people across the world, and then being tortured and beaten if they refused to do the work. That sets the stage for what we're talking about this morning, Maureen, and we'd like to hear from you what situation you found yourself in and how this all started.
I did not go to Myanmar, the country where the 78 were rescued last week. I was in Laos.
Okay.
But the same thing, we are all hunting for greener pastures from here. So the agent does not clarify to you what is in the ground, what you find there.
Okay.
But it's a different story because here you go with a different slot of work. But when you get there, you're directed to different people. You don't have a choice. You pick what you get and you have to do it.
How did you start? Let's start from here. You were in Kenya. What made you think that, okay, I want to maybe look for a job elsewhere? How did you start that journey?
I had a referral from a friend who is currently in Dubai. So they directed me to an agency here in Kenya. So upon inquiry, there was a slot for the Thailand work. And the visas were not taking long to get them. And for me, I was going as a salesperson. And the pay was quite well compared to what I was earning here.
Okay.
So there was no objection for me to say no. So I accepted and we started the journey of now, the process of you paying the money to the agency. Then you secure a chance to go to the Thailand embassy. Then you get the visa.
Okay.
So from there, you are scheduled to when you will be traveling. And the job criteria still remains you're going as a salesperson. So there was nothing cliche or something you could have doubted. It's not it.
Okay.
But the thing is, we were not given any offer letter to sign here or any contract that is going to show you this is what you're going to get.
Okay.
It's just a word of mouth from the agency.
Okay.
Yes.
So you got the referral.
Yes.
You presented yourself to the agency.
Yes.
It was for you were told there is a sales and marketing job available in Thailand. How much were you asked to pay, and essentially what were you paying for?
I was asked to pay 200,000 Kenyan shillings.
Okay.
So this was to cater for the visa and my travel expense and a 3-day hotel.
On the other side.
Yes,
so
on the other side.
You were paying for a visa, you paid for an air ticket, and then you paid for 3 days accommodation when you got there.
Exactly.
All right. So upon paying this 200,000 shillings, you paid it here in Kenya. What was the wait time between paying the 200,000 and when you were called to come get your visa, for example?
After payment, we stayed for 1 month before traveling because it was like we were going in a company. So the company had to give a directive on when we should arrive. But upon getting my visa, I stayed for like 3 days before I went.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you get a contract from?
No.
The agency did not give you a contract saying that you were going to Thailand, person X, Maureen Kamau, going to Thailand to work with this organization under this job, has paid this amount, and this is what she would get. No contract.
No contract.
You didn't sign anything.
We didn't sign anything.
Do you remember the individual that you spoke with?
The agency?
The agents at the individual at the agency that essentially told you this, or was it
Yes.
an email, or was it a face-to-face? What was it?
It was a face-to-face. Yeah. The agency is still here. It's still operating.
Okay.
Yes.
So, by the time you were traveling, because now you mentioned about a referral, there is the agent involved, there is work involved. At any point, was there some form of interview because you're going for a job with those who would be your employers? Or it was a question of you go to Laos and you'll find your employer there?
We were to find our employer there in Thailand.
So basically, you're traveling blind.
Yeah. So basically, if you know how to communicate, you've done sales before, you didn't feel it's something like it's a big deal.
Okay.
It's something you're used to.
So you didn't know the company that you were going for. You
No.
were going to Thailand to work in Bangkok Marketing Agency, for example. You didn't know the name of this organization, didn't
No.
have any idea who a supervisor would be, nothing.
Nothing.
So you took the word of the agent here in Nairobi.
Exactly.
Okay. So let's get on the plane. We did. After a month, right?
Yeah.
You then were told your visa is ready, come. Or that you got your passport, you got your air ticket, you were ready to go.
So we were not given our air ticket individually.
Okay.
So we were scheduled on a specific day that you are supposed to travel. Then you bring yourself to the airport. Other documentation are going to be handed over there.
Okay.
So upon arriving at the airport, there is an inclusive of 1,000 USD in the Ethiopian airline that you should be having. So we didn't know that. Because we found ourselves, we were 5 of us. We met at one spot. So we were told you needed to have 1,000 USD, and it's a requirement.
This is separate from the 200,000 shillings
Yeah,
that I paid?
it's separate.
Okay.
So we told our agency, because we had different agencies, the 5 of us. So we told the agency, and we were told it's okay because you had already arrived late for the checking point time, because you have to wait for the others. Some didn't have the yellow fever vaccine, so they had to be brought up to here. So we had to wait for everyone. So we had now the issue of 1,000 USD that we didn't have.
Where exactly were you waiting?
In the airport.
By JK?
JKIA. Yeah. So
You haven't received your tickets yet,
we haven't received the ticket yet.
but you are at JKIA.
Yes.
What time was this?
It was in midday. I can't
Midday.
remember the exact time.
Please continue.
So we had now to wait. We told them we didn't know about that requirement. So
Who was demanding the 100K? The agent?
The $1,000.
$1,000 is a requirement in the Ethiopian airline for anyone traveling to Thailand.
Okay.
So we didn't have it. So
Were you told what the $1,000 was for?
no, it was just like a rule. For everyone,
airline,
yeah, the airline, the Ethiopian airline.
So let's do this slowly. So you get to the airport, you get to check in.
Yeah.
So you've checked in your luggage.
Yes.
You're now past. You're now going to the counter where you're presenting yourself for travel.
Yes.
You also mentioned you did not have an individual ticket.
Yes.
This was one document maybe at the desk that had everybody on it.
Exactly.
So at the ticket counter, essentially, is when you were told you had your passport?
Yes, we had our passport.
So they look through your passport and then they're asking you where is your $1,000 that is required for you to travel.
Exactly.
Okay, so they know it's a rule if you're traveling to Thailand.
Yeah.
That you should have this $1,000.
Yes.
All right.
So we didn't have it. So we had to communicate back to the agents.
Okay.
Upon telling them, they told us since it's already the time for travel is already past, you cannot board the flight at this moment.
Did they know about this $1,000 when you said these guys are saying we need $1,000? Did they seem to know that you needed to have it?
My agent did seem to know because he said, let me confirm with the rest.
Okay.
So we had now to leave
the airport.
Okay.
Because we couldn't travel on that day. So we were given some accommodation here in Kenya, the 5 of us. So we waited for 3 days and everyone now was given money. So this money was from the company that we were going to work with. And this money we were supposed to submit it back to them immediately we arrived.
How much money were you given?
The 1,000 USD.
You were given the 1,000
Yes.
USD. It was supposed to have now come from the other company.
Yes.
Which previously you mentioned you didn't know who this company was.
We don't know the company.
All right.
So We were given the money. We went past now the checkpoint and everything was okay. We were now given our tickets. So on the ticket you have your seat, you have your luggage, and now you have now another transit airline alongside now the ticket that we had, because we knew we were landing in Bangkok.
Yes.
So we knew that's the final spot. But after Bangkok, you can say there's another flight to Chiang Rai. So that one, you've already found it in the airport. Yeah, we've already sat down. We ask ourselves, where is this? This is not where we know we are going. And you don't have time to call back the agency.
Because you're boarding the flight.
You're already in the flight. You're in your seat now. That's when you're perusing through to see if I have everything all together. So what do? You have to wait. When we arrived in Bangkok, we had now to text back the agency.
You mentioned you were flying. I'm sorry. You mentioned you were flying Ethiopian. That means you went to Addis.
Yeah,
we went
to,
and then you now took another flight from Addis
to Bangkok.
Okay,
yes.
Go ahead.
So on arriving in Bangkok, we now try to communicate back to the agency. We ask them, we can see there's another flight that you're supposed to board. Where are we going? So I remember my agency told me, this is just a Thailand, it's just an island in Thailand where you'll be working. So don't panic. The 5 of us, we were 5. We were 3 ladies and 2 gents. Nobody had an idea exactly of where this place is. So when you Google it, you just see it's an island. So whatever the agency told you didn't lie. Because you've already seen it's a small island.
So the agency knew?
Seems like they already knew the whole plan. So in Bangkok, we had another person in the picture who was giving us now directions on where to go, where to find the now airline.
They met you at the airport?
No, just on the some instructions on WhatsApp.
Oh, they were sending you messages?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we had to find our way, then we waited. The directions were given to us were like, you have to board this flight, to be there in an hour's time around that area. But in Bangkok, we spent so many hours, like 5 hours before we boarded the other flight. So we had a meal, and the meal was catered for by the company. Yes.
So let me ask the question. You've mentioned the $1,000.
$1,000.
Yeah. Now the 1,000. By the time you are submitting your documents to the embassy here for you to get the visa, what are some of the requirements? And at that point, the $1,000 never came up as part of the requirements.
I didn't apply myself.
It's the agency.
It's the agency. So you're only submitting yourself physically.
Okay, so 5 hours in the airport, waiting. Then you leave to this island.
Yes.
Okay, you get onto the island.
We get on a.
How did you travel to the island?
We flew, I guess.
Yeah, we flew in a flight.
Flight.
Yeah, there was a flight.
Who paid for this flight?
The same people.
Same people.
You had the boarding pass.
We had the boarding pass
in Addis Ababa.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So we had another flight now to Chiang Rai. Upon arrival, we were received by Chinese nationalities. They already had, oh, sorry, I didn't mention this. When we were in every airport, we had to take a picture. We have arrived safely.
Sending to whom? The same person on WhatsApp?
Yes, the same person on WhatsApp.
And that person was your agent?
No.
Not our agent. We were just in one, we were in one group, the 5 of us, and there was an admin. So we were sending pictures
it was
to
a
that.
chat forum just for the 5 of you.
For the 5 of us.
I see. Okay.
And the agents were also there because we had different agents.
Your Nairobi agents, as well as the folks on the other end, plus and the 5 of you are in this WhatsApp group.
Yes.
Okay.
So we send the pictures so they already know who they are receiving.
Okay.
So we were received and we spent a night in a very good hotel.
Okay. First night.
We were carried in very good cars. Very nice ones. Something I've never seen here in Kenya.
Mama, I've made it.
Yeah, I've made it. This is the place I want to be.
I'm on air ride suspension.
Yeah. So we spent the night there. And after that, we couldn't transit now to the exact location we were going because we needed to have the small passport photos.
Right.
And we didn't have them. So they had to be sent now to these people. We don't know how. But the following day, upon arriving, there's, how do you call it?
Studio.
No, not a studio. The immigration center.
Okay.
Yes. Upon arriving there, that's where we needed the passport photos, and we didn't have them.
So like near your house, but in this island?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to connect because it seems like all very bizarre. But anyway, continue.
Yeah. So upon arriving there, we needed to have that. And the one who was taking us was also the translator.
Okay.
So we had to go back to accommodation, the place we slept. And later 3 Kenyans were to join us. So we couldn't travel the following day because they had to be given some time to rest so that we can go now the following day. So for us, we spent 2 nights there. So for them, they only spent 1 night. So we went now to the immigration 8, being 8 Kenyans. And the 8 of us, we paid 1,000 baht.
Oh, yeah, baht, the currency.
Yeah, the currency,
yes, yes.
So 1,000 baht was paid, but not with the 1,000 D that we had. The one who was taking us through paid it. So we had now to cross the Mekong River, the famous Mekong River, with a boat. So us and the luggages on 1 speedboat. So we had our life jackets on, and we found ourselves now on the other side.
Can you swim? Okay.
Even if I could swim, that river was too big. I could just drown. It was too big.
It's the 12th longest river in the world, just so you know.
Just that I know.
Yes.
Bas.
Go ahead.
So, on arriving now in the Golden Triangle, that was our final destination.
The Golden Triangle?
Yes.
Okay.
So we went from Chiang Rai to Chiang Mai, now to Golden Triangle. So we arrived there, we were received by another lady, a Chinese nationality. She took us through now to the immigration now in the Golden Triangle, where we had the COVID tests, the HIV test done upon arrival before we enter to get now the visa.
Okay.
We were given now the visa for the Golden Triangle, which was a 1-month stay, and it was work prohibited. It was written there.
Okay, so at this point, there must have been some bells ringing in your head, Maureen.
Yeah.
Asking yourself a couple of questions.
Exactly.
Who's this person who's paying this amount of money? Where are we going? That's obviously not Bangkok.
Yeah.
And now you've crossed the river, the 12th longest river in the world, on a boat, where you had been told you were going to do a sales and marketing job, which for all intents and purposes, for most people, would have been in an office somewhere in a city.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was what was in your mind.
Yeah.
So now, you cross the river, then you're asked to do a COVID and HIV test.
Yeah.
And then you are given a visa, which is work prohibited. Yeah. The reason why you left Kenya was to come and work.
Exactly.
Now you're given a visa for a month, which is work prohibited. What was going on in your head at that point? And did you ask questions amongst yourself? Because you're now 8 Kenyans.
Yes, we did.
Did you ask yourselves what you think might have been going on?
Yes, we did. Because the condition was upon arrival, we're going to get our work visa within the first week. So upon arrival, we've been given a visit visa instead of a work visa. So it's already written it's work prohibited. But when we inquired, we were told you must get this first. Then you transition now to the work visa. But now the worry was, before getting to the Golden Triangle, there was a very big rice plantation. So the question was, did we come to do sales and marketing for the rice company because that was the surrounding of where we were?
Sure.
Or is it something else? But we kept it quiet because we knew it's a specific company we were coming to work for. So it's not something that we should be worried about. We've already been received very well, and in each and every step, we have people along with us.
Something I want to find out. That $1,000, how exactly, what happened to it? After you got it?
We still had it. So we submitted it upon arrival now in the company where we stayed.
So the Ethiopian airline simply wanted to know you have $1,000.
Yes, you have. It was just like a show money. You just show them and that's it.
Okay. I've understood. Thank you. Go on.
So we were given now the prohibition of the work visa, and we were carried along now with the Chinese lady alongside, her being now our representative to the company.
Was she in this chat forum with you before?
She joined when we were in the accommodation center.
So she joined the WhatsApp group? All right, let's take a break at that point. From where we are, you've left Nairobi, you've paid 200,000 shillings. You've then gotten your passport back with a visa to go to Bangkok. You knew that you were going to do a sales and marketing job. You got the referral from a friend, and your agent was then, after 3 days, you got your $1,000, which Ethiopian Airlines required you to do. We're doing a step-by-step of this. You then get onto the plane. You then get to Bangkok, and rather in the plane, you realize that you have another boarding pass towards another country or another place, which is not Bangkok. You land in Bangkok, and then you find yourself in some swanky accommodation for 2 days. You then now move on boat to what you're calling the Golden Triangle, and you have a visiting visa, which is work prohibited. And you have now another woman who has joined the WhatsApp chat, and by now the bells are ringing very loudly in your head with 7 other Kenyans. This is what we're talking about this morning. Maureen tells us now next what happened when they've realized that we did not come to do a sales and marketing job. This is happening to many a Kenyan, and we're going to look into more of the details of this when we come back. It's 27 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The fun never stops on Star Times. This Easter and April school holidays. Get ready for non-stop adventure, laughter, and learning for big and little kids. Renew your subscription for 2 months and get a free upgrade to the next higher bouquet for 2 months. Dive into the best kids entertainment with Boing, Jim Jam, CBeebies, Toonami, Da Vinci, ST Tunes, and Cartoon. There's something for every little explorer. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our business halls or dealers nationwide for endless fun, action, and discovery all holiday long. On the move? No problem. Download StarTimes on app and enjoy your favorite shows anytime, anywhere. Dial star 858# for self-service. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Trafficked unaware and into a job scam that you didn't know anything about. There are many who seem to be walking into this triangle, really. And literally, you've walked into a triangle into Laos, essentially, is where we are now. Maureen Kamau is one of those victims and shares her story with us this morning. And why do we do this? We do this for the purposes of information and trying to ensure that nobody else gets stuck into this dragnet. So, here you are, and there's another person who's joined this WhatsApp group for those who've been following. And what are you told next? And what has become clear to you at this point?
So the next point is we are taken now to the final destination of where we will be working. So the lady who took us from the immigration center had a transport organized for us. So from there, it was like 1 hour drive to know the accommodation that we will be staying. And upon arrival, we had more Chinese people in the entry. So that was the first encounter of people looking at you in a very weird way.
But there weren't many Africans there?
There were not. Even in the immigration, people could just step aside and just look at you and stare at you.
So at this point, pretty much you're dealing with Chinese nationals and not Thai nationals.
Not Thai nationals. So we were given accommodation of, it was rooms actually, not like the previous one where we stayed in a hotel. This one was rooms with the bathroom area, and that's it.
A shared area for the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay.
So after that, now we had to be given a day rest. Then the following day, because we arrived at night, we would be spending the whole day asleep. Then we would join the rest of the team at night so that we can prep for work.
Which work?
They're already marketing now. Yeah, because now we still haven't realized it's not what we are going to do. Yeah.
Okay, so you knew you were getting up to work at night?
Yes.
Okay, so let's get to the point where you wake up at night.
So we wake up at night. We go to a company. It's like a studio, situated with computers, and everyone was on their computer. So we were given our own to set up. We had to make an arrangement of where we would be sitting, the team of 8 of us. Then from there, we set up the computer. You create now your own password, and you're given phone for working.
Okay.
Your personal phone, you have to leave it. You're not supposed to enter with it in your working area. So that's what happened the first day. We set up, we were given the phone, and there was nothing much for the first day. So after that, we were tested on our speed for typing. We were given, I think, 5 pages, which was so full. You type, and now our speed was being checked there. So it was okay. Up to there, it was okay. So we now came to where we were given more phones, and we now had to create Facebook accounts, Instagram, all social media platforms.
For whom?
What is the name of that island again?
Of the what?
The island you are now in.
A Golden Triangle.
Pole.
Yeah.
No, there's a specific island you said that you went to. The Golden Triangle is...
Laos.
You are now in Laos?
Yeah, we are now in Laos.
Good. Carry on.
Yeah. So we were given more phones.
You're setting up social media accounts?
Yes, social media accounts.
For whom?
For yourself.
Okay.
So after that, when we create now the social media accounts, that is what we could be using.
To do what?
We still don't know up to there.
Okay.
So after we create now, we are given some subtitles of what you're expected to write, what features to look for now. Because in the social media accounts now, you had to have a feminine character. So this feminine, you had to have specific features, specific height, nationality, and now after you're set, that is now when you're told these accounts, you have now to sell Bitcoin. You have already personificated yourself to a Russian nationality. That is you now. So you have now to sell Bitcoin to men.
You know, I really had to ask this. So now, what were you, Olga Kamau?
Sophia.
Marinovich.
Oh, of course, there was no Maureen in the picture. I had a Russian name.
Okay.
Yes.
Valentina, perhaps?
So there's a picture, or rather you've created another character.
Yeah.
And you're selling.
Yes.
Okay.
So this character you're creating, actually you're stealing someone else's identity. That's
so it's
where
a human being. It's somebody else.
Yes.
It's not just like an avatar or something.
No.
Okay.
It's a human being, another person from Instagram, because that's where you get most photos of people. Yes.
Okay. So when were you... This became clear afterwards. How long afterwards? Because you've come here on the night, you've created your thing. How soon after did you realize that this is what you were going to be doing? That there was,
So
All this going on.
for 1 month, it was like a total confusion because you're creating account you've already been given. So you recreate the account. You have like 2 Facebook, 3 Facebook. So one gets blocked. So the whole day you're trying now to get another one.
Okay.
So a whole month was like total waste of time. But before the 1 month end, we were sold to another company.
Okay.
Sorry.
We're transferred pretty much.
No.
Yes.
She's specific. Sold.
We were sold.
Okay.
Because we did not know of the initial plan to go to that other company. So upon arrival, everything changed. The salary that we knew from Kenya, this is what we're gonna receive. When reaching there, this is not what you're going to get.
Okay, for purposes of this confirmation or this conversation, what were you told you were going to earn when you were leaving here?
100,000 plus
per month.
Per month.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So when we transited now to the other company, it was now coming to 6,000 yuan.
Which is what in Kenya shillings?
I can't remember. It was around 80 something.
Okay, so there was a reduction by
yes,
20,000.
there was a reduction.
Okay, so moving to this other company, did you still have your documents, passport, phone, all of that? Did you?
Our passports were already taken during this 1 month period just for accountability.
Okay.
And so that we could be given the work visa.
Okay.
So we didn't have our passport. So our transport was still facilitated to the other company.
Okay.
So upon arrival, it's a new residence and everything changed. What we had started learning this company is not what we found there. It's a different strategy, but some of the features are the same.
Okay.
Where exactly was this company? Within Laos as well?
Yeah,
the new
it's still
company
in
now.
Laos. Yeah, it's still in Laos.
Okay. So you were aware. So I mean, you were aware that you were selling Bitcoin and that you had now taken over other personalities. Essentially, character theft was happening here. So you were selling and the company was making money. Did you earn any salary at all?
No.
Nothing yet?
Nothing
When
yet.
did you realize that something had gone awry and that you needed to get out?
4 months down the line, we were still like arguing because we were to be given some payment, but in the new company we were told things change. Salary you're going to get it after 40 days. So in the first company we had already stayed for 20 days. So we needed to work an extra 20 days.
Okay.
So after 20 days we get a reduction. What have you earned for the company? 0. So why are we paying you?
Pay you. Okay. How were you eating? Surviving in that sense.
So, whatever we were earning, we were told we're going to deduct your meal from there.
Okay.
The accommodation we're giving you.
Yeah.
So from there, the small token that you're going to get can only be substantial for you to buy your essential products. And that's it.
Okay. All right.
So here we talk about you're being paid in Thai currency.
No, in Chinese yuan.
Chinese yuan.
Yeah,
Okay.
in Chinese
Because
yuan.
I'm looking at the yuan here, and you said 6,000. That's around 129,000 Kenya shillings.
Yeah, but it depends on the exchange rate that
On
they
the
were
exchange
using.
rate that you are using.
Yes.
Okay. So here is a case where you've realized things have changed. The agreement in terms of your salary has changed. Have you tried to contact your agent at this point, telling them, oh yeah, boss, this is what we agreed upon. This is not what we are finding here. What's the deal? You try communicating to them?
Yeah, we did. But they told us, you're still new. You don't know the game yet. So you already know in a new company. So try and learn what they're teaching you.
This is what the agent said?
Yes.
Okay.
Try and learn what you're being taught. Then from there, we can talk.
So your agent knew about you having been sold to a new company already?
Yeah, we already notified them.
All right. So 4 months down the line, that even at that 80,000 shillings had not been paid, and it was clear to you at this point what had happened, and you're still in the company of the other 7 Kenyans, you're still working on this job together. What now at that point, that 4 month mark, said this cannot continue? What did something happen differently for what you've been doing for 4 months?
Yeah, because it was a struggle for us every time to get an extension of stay.
Okay.
Because now we realized we are not getting the work visa. But there was an option of getting an extension of visa for 1 month.
Okay.
So before we get this extension, it was a very big struggle with the Chinese.
Did you raise a flag when you realized that you were stealing people's personalities and that you were trading? Did you realize that did you realize that whatever was happening was wrong?
Yes, in the new company,
and did you
we
raise
realized,
the flag?
Yeah, we realized this is different from the first thing. The first thing, at least you were convincing someone to buy the Bitcoin. But in this one, you're defrauding them. So it's either they invest or you're losing.
So in the first one, you are actually selling.
Yes. You're marketing the Bitcoin currency.
That is what you are doing.
Yes.
Did any of you ever make any money?
No. It wasn't easy.
Okay. And this other second one, when you say you are not selling, what were you doing then?
We were now, because now it's clear the character personification that we had and what we are doing. There's a difference.
Okay.
Yes.
So it was clear that was fraud that was happening.
Yes.
You knew that they were breaking some law at some point, whether it was under duress or otherwise. You knew that there was something wrong here.
Yes.
So what happened for you to break away from this at this point, and against whom was any kind of action to be taken?
So we had a team leader, a Chinese team leader, who was in charge of us. So I was in charge of the 8 Kenyans. So I had to tell them this. Everybody was not comfortable. So we agreed, we are bailing out from going to work because now it's the only option that is left of us, because the minute we tell them we don't want to work, we had discussion, an open discussion. Why don't you want to work? If you don't want to work, you have to pay back as 3 million. We catered for you 3 million for you people to come and work here.
Okay.
So for us, we told them we cannot pay back the 3 million. This is what I've paid my agents. And they're telling us, no, we paid for you people to come and work. So you have to produce the 3 million or else you're going to stay. That's what took us all this long, because we were still trying to find a way on how we're going to come out of this place.
Okay. So how did you get out?
So we had, during the meals, we encountered some Ugandans. So we told them, this is what is happening where we are. They told us the same thing is happening to where we are, but we have managed to bail out. We are just in the accommodation places, but you're not going to the company. So how did you manage to come out of that place? What about your passport? Do you have them? What's the plan? Do you know how we can come from here to go back home? So they told us, the good thing, there's a Kenyan embassy back in Thailand. We can try to reach them. So we told them we cannot do it directly because our phones were being searched throughout the whole time, before sleeping and in the morning after arriving in the working area.
Okay.
So they made the contact call on our behalf, but we had to do it in secret without making them realize something is off.
Okay.
So we had now to go back to work for that time as we wait now for the Kenyan embassy to respond.
Okay.
So that we can know we're already now in safe hands. Even if we bail out, they already know of our location where we are.
Sure.
So that's how we were able now to contact.
And did they get in touch with you?
Yes.
Okay.
So one of us had to take an extra slot of SIM cards and use it now on a different phone that they don't know.
Okay.
So that's how we could communicate, but no communication was to be left on that phone or SIM card. Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, we're just going to, fast forward. Kenya Embassy, right, in Bangkok gets in touch with you. Then you're able to then, all of you, get back to Nairobi?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but we stayed for a whole month before
that happened.
Before that happened.
Okay.
Because we had to be taken to now the police custody. By the company took us now directly because we have already bailed out. They have our passport.
You confronted them,
yes,
of course.
We confronted them. They have to give us our passport back. We want to go home. So we stayed for 1 month in the accommodation before, because they submitted our passport. We realized we don't have the visa for that month that we have already stayed. So if we leave this place, that means we're going to have an overstay. And if they take us to the police station, we don't have anyone who is going to translate the language for us.
Yeah.
So that means you're going to be put into book. So we return our passport to them, give us now the visa that we have stayed here. So afterwards they gave us and they took us now to the police station.
Okay.
From there now, the government took over.
Okay. Were you ever tortured, ever beaten, ever, maltreated in that sense, physically?
Physically, no.
Okay.
For us Kenyans, no. But the Chinese, it used to happen. But for us, we used to have that fear because every time we were told, look at what is happening. If you don't do what we want, you are the next in line.
Okay.
So the Chinese were beating their own pretty much during that.
Yes.
So as we have this discussion, pretty much, the Ugandans have helped you access. They equally have a problem. By any chance, you know what happened to them? Did you leave them there?
No, we went along with them.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So then it became clear to you, or did it? Was it clear to you that whatever happened on this other side then was known before you even left Kenya? Did you think that the agents here knew exactly what was going to happen when you went on the other side?
Yes, when we went on the other side, because we could not facilitate for air ticket, we had to tell now the agency to pay for us the air ticket because we had a return flight of which we had not cancelled it ourselves. So we contacted the agency because we have already bailed out from work. The return ticket that we had from leaving Kenya, it's still valid because we did not cancel it.
Yeah.
So the agency told us, you have to sort yourself out.
So they knew?
Yes. So it took another twists.
Even trying to come back.
Yes, even trying to come back.
So Rosalind Jogu, who is the Principal Secretary in State Department of Diaspora Affairs, is going to be with us tomorrow to be looking at some of these issues. And we're going to be talking about this being one of them in terms of what kind of interventions are taking place. And so for us to hear that. But I say this because you're not the only ones who've been through a situation like this. Even today, there are people who are flying out of this country who will go. I mean, it's that flight that flight leaves at noon. There are people who are at the airport right now who are waiting for that flight, who are going to do this as well and have no idea. But is it clear that there are more and more and more and more people who are getting into this, what I want to call a trap, and they don't know? Because I remember that one of the things that you said is it was greener pastures, it was a better job, it was better pay. I'd never traveled before, so I had no reason to doubt. Many questions are, did you do your research? Did you even imagine that with all the things that we hear, this could possibly be something that would go wrong?
At first, before we left here, there was no any social media platform that had already given people awareness that this is what is happening in Thailand. In Saudi Arabia, people have that knowledge. But in Thailand, there was no case that I had before. So, but after now our incidents, that is when now it was brought to light. But it's unfortunate because people are still going there. Yes.
So Maureen, what would you have done differently?
I think I would have checked if I got a work contract from here. That one would have given me a biding of knowing the exact place where I'm going to. If I had booked the airline myself, I could have still known I got a transit to another place, of which you don't know. That's one thing. Because the agency tell you they're going to do everything for you.
Okay.
So even if you get an itinerary of the 5 of you, the 8 or the 10 of you, you still get your names and just showing you the airline and the time. So some things are still anonymous.
Okay. So when did you come back to Nairobi? When did you come back to Kenya?
I came back on November
last year?
No, not last year. 2022.
Oh, so this is a while ago. So this is a story that we're talking about for a couple of years. And this is clearly still going on in 2025.
Yeah.
Now, when you came back, did you get in touch with the agency, go to their office, look for somebody who had talked to you before, take any kind of action against?
So upon arriving, because we were helped by the government to secure the tickets, so we had now to write a report to the DCI officers, and now the agent was put into book. The case is still ongoing till
the agent was arrested?
Yes, the agent was arrested.
Okay.
But he's still out there, but still going to court.
He's still in court, but he's still operating his business.
I don't know if he's still operating the business, but he's out there. Yes, but the case is ongoing.
Did you ever earn any money?
No.
So how long were you in
Laos?
Laos.
And Laos was there for 5 months.
Right.
Crazy. All right. What would you tell? Because, like I say, I mean, I told my brothers here last week that, you know, when I was taking my mom to the airport, I saw the people who are leaving every day. The people who are leaving every single day. What would you say to them? What are things to watch out for some people who are very desperate, Maureen? Desperate today because the job situation is bad. They are not able to, and that is the option that they'll say something like that comes along. They'll scramble and look for the 200K, 100K, whatever it may be, 50,000 to be able to get a job. What would you say to them today?
I'll tell them when the deal is too good, first think twice. Do your research. If you don't get a work visa from here, or you're not given a work contract directly from here, Kenya, to where you're going, please don't. To be specific, if you're going in Thailand, I've been there. So one thing you should ask yourself, what the challenge are you going to face in the ground? Do you know how to speak Thailand? Do you know how to speak Chinese? Just know, wherever you're going, if you're not going to a country that speaks English as the common language, first you're going to face the language barrier.
I think also just to paint a picture of what you saw being done to the Chinese, because you are being warned it would come to you. Just briefly, just describe what was happening to the Chinese.
There was beating. They were beating them to the extent of you're not able to wake up from where you are. You could stand for long hours. People could go missing and come back without one part of their body. To be specific, there are people who lost their liver, the Chinese. They lost their sight, one eye. So if they can do that to their own, what about you?
So, can you here say that you were trafficked?
Yes. Because from Kenya to where you are going, you have no idea what is in the ground, because what you're told by the agent is not what you get there.
Thank you. It must, I mean, even 3 years later, not easy for you to talk about this, but then also I'm sure there are huge lessons that you've learned from here. The PS joins us tomorrow, like I said. What would be your message to her and that department in terms of what's happening?
To have more emphasis in the NEA part, because most of the agency at the moment, they are registered to NEA, but they're still doing the trafficking. And when one does the research and find that the agency is accredited by the government, you have the trust. So upon arriving to your destination, you lose the trust, you lose the money, you lose the time. It cannot come back.
Maureen, come out. Thank you for sharing your story with us this morning. And it's our hope that through sharing that you've saved many, many other people who would fall into that. And it's our hope that all of this can be streamlined. So thank you for being in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. It's why we have these conversations every day, to make sure that we can comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.